There is something moving in you right now that you have not yet found the right words for. A quiet rearrangement. A change in what you carry, in what your spirit is reaching toward, in what you no longer feel willing to accept. You have been trying to name it, wondering whether what you feel is growth or restlessness or something you cannot yet place. I tell you now, it is not confusion. It is me. I am at work in you, and what I am building is not small, and it is not temporary. I have decided that where I am taking you next requires a different version of you, not a slightly improved version. Not the same person with better habits or a more disciplined routine. I am talking about something that goes deeper than behavior, a change in what you believe about yourself, what you are willing to carry, and what you are no longer willing to settle for. The version of you that has carried this far was strong. It was strong enough to bring you here, but it was built for a different road. What is coming requires different footing, a deeper foundation, and a strength that does not depend on things staying calm. You may have noticed that certain things are beginning to lose their hold on you. Words that used to leave a mark are landing differently now. Situations that once knocked you sideways are finding you steadier than they expected. Habits you kept for years are starting to feel like weight rather than comfort. Do not dismiss these signals. This is the work. This is me pulling away what is loose, drawing out what was only ever there, because you had not yet learned you could live without it. Every loosening is purposeful. Nothing I am removing from you is being wasted. There is also a new direction forming in your hunger. Things you once chased are quieting in your heart. Things you once overlooked are beginning to matter. You are starting to want different things, not loudly, not dramatically, but the way a river finds its course, not by force, but by persistent and certain movement. The desire in you is shifting, and this is not an accident. I am redirecting what you are drawn toward because where I am leading you requires a particular kind of focus. The old appetite would have taken you somewhere else. This change did not begin the moment you noticed it. It began long before that. It was moving beneath the surface of your days, in the quiet moments when you sat alone and felt something lifting or something settling, and could not explain either. In the nights when thoughts that once felt convincing started to sound hollow. In the mornings when you rose with something new pressing against your chest that you could not name but could not ignore. That was not coincidence. That was me. Building something in you that would not announce itself until it was ready to stand. Declare your amen if you feel this word landing in the right place. You are not manufacturing this change. You are not conjuring it through willpower alone. This is a work I am doing from the inside out, the kind that cannot be produced by effort without my hand behind it. I am rebuilding how you understand yourself, how you relate to your own life, and how you carry what has been placed in you. As that rebuilding continues, the outer world will begin to reflect what is already changed within. The opportunities that belong to this new version of you are already being arranged. The doors that belong to this season are already set. The connections meant for who you are becoming are already in motion. There will be people around you who sense something different before you have fully landed in it yourself. They will notice a settledness in the way you speak, a steadiness that was not there before. Some will be drawn to it. Some will pull back from it. Both responses are information. I am not asking you to manage how others receive your growth. I am asking you to remain in it, to trust what is forming, and to stop making yourself smaller to fit into spaces that were built for an older version of you. Those spaces had their purpose. That purpose is done. You have often been someone who talked yourself out of the quiet certainties, who looked for external proof before allowing yourself to believe what was already becoming true on the inside. I am not asking you to stop thinking clearly. I'm asking you to stop using doubt as a wall. The work happening in you is real. The shift is real. The person you are becoming is not a fantasy. It is a finished picture I am working toward, and every day that passes brings it closer to what you will soon be able to see with your own eyes. The strength rising in you does not need to announce itself. It does not need recognition to exist. It is the kind of strength that moves through a room without demanding attention, that holds under pressure without needing to prove it can. You are becoming someone who no longer needs to convince others of their worth because they have stopped needing to convince themselves. That is a different order of confidence. It is quiet. It is grounded. It is growing in you right now, and I am not rushing it, because what grows slowly grows strong. What I am doing in you has a shape and a direction. It is not random movement. It is not a vague stirring of improvement without destination. I am building something specific, someone specific. And everything you are experiencing right now, every shift in your thinking and every change in your appetite, is part of that exact design. You are not the same person you were, and you will not be the same person a season from now that you are today. The work is not finished, but what is already visible is real, and it is only the beginning. I want to speak to you about what is being taken away, not to comfort you with explanations you were not ready to hear before, but because now, in this season, you are ready. There are things that have left your life, people who walked out, opportunities that did not materialize, seasons that closed before you felt finished with them. And you have been carrying questions about those departures that no one around you could properly answer. So I will answer them now. I am the one who moved those things. Not all loss is my design, but the specific removals you have been grieving, the ones that left you standing in silence, wondering what you did wrong, those were mine. Not because you failed, not because you were not enough, but because what I saw ahead of you could not coexist with what I removed. You cannot walk into a new territory carrying the full weight of an old one. I will not ask you to. Some of the people who left your life were not equipped to go where you are going. That is not a judgment of them. It is simply the reality of two paths that run alongside each other for a time and then divide. Your path is turning in a direction that requires a different kind of company. The ones who are meant to walk with you in this next season are not the ones who have already stepped back. I am not asking you to harden yourself toward those who left. I am asking you to trust that I know who belongs beside you and who does not. There are also doors that closed on you, efforts that came to nothing, plans that fell apart, openings that appeared and then sealed shut before you could step through. I know how that felt. I know the specific weight of watching something you worked toward come to nothing. But hear this. A closed door is not a verdict on your worth. It is a redirect. Not every path leads where you need to go, and I will not allow you to spend your strength on a road that ends too soon. When I close something, it is because the open door ahead is more specific, more right, and more aligned with what I have placed in you than the one I closed. There is something important about how I do this work. I do not explain every removal while it is happening. I do not narrate every shift as I make it. That is not cruelty. It is the nature of trust. If I explained every move as I made it, you would not be learning to walk by faith. You would be walking by information. And that is not the same thing. The walk I am calling you into requires a settled certainty that I am good, even when the evidence in front of you looks like loss. State, "I trust," if you believe my hand is over your life right now. You are also becoming someone who knows the difference between a temporary discomfort and a permanent loss. In the middle of a removal, everything can feel permanent. Every closed door feels like a final answer. Every departure feels like a conclusion. But I see the whole arc, and what looks like an ending from where you stand looks entirely different from where I stand. I see what you are walking toward. I know exactly what is being cleared to make room for it. And I am telling you now, what is coming is worth the clearing. There are old patterns in you that have also been in the process of being removed, and this is perhaps the quietest and most significant work I am doing. Patterns of thinking that led you back to the same cycles, ways of seeing yourself that kept you from reaching for what I had placed ahead of you. Reflexes, the ones that made you flinch or shrink or apologize for what you needed, those are the things I am pulling out at the root. This is not comfortable work. It is not supposed to be. You do not extract something deep without feeling the motion. What you are experiencing as unsettledness, as a kind of groundlessness in certain moments, is in part the sensation of those roots being moved. The old floor is being pulled up because a new one is being laid. You are not falling through. You are being transitioned. And the new ground beneath you will be more solid than anything you have stood on before, because it will be ground I built specifically for this version of you, not the version that entered the old season. Do not go back to retrieve what I have taken. This is important. When something leaves and the absence creates pain, there is a pull to go back, to restore what was, to fill the space with the familiar. I am asking you to resist that pull. The space I am creating in your life is not an accident. It is a form of preparation. What fills it next will not look like what was there before, and it will not need to. What I am bringing you will be recognizable, not because it resembles the past, but because it fits, because it aligns with who you actually are and where you are actually going. The season of removal is not a season of punishment. I am not extracting things from your life as a consequence for failure. I am doing what any skilled hand does when something worthwhile is being built, clearing the ground, removing what does not belong, making space for what does. You are a work in progress, and I do not apologize for treating you like one. I am building something in you and around you that requires precision, and precision requires removing what does not fit. Trust the clearing. Trust the silence where noise used to be. Trust the empty spaces that used to hold things you no longer have. I have not left you with less. I have made room for more, and more is exactly what is coming. I want to tell you what is growing inside you right now. Not what might grow, not what will grow someday if conditions improve. What is growing in you right now, in the middle of this exact season, in the middle of whatever pressure or uncertainty or change surrounds you. Because you need to hear what I see, not only what you feel. And what I see is a person in whom something strong is taking root. There is a quality forming in you that is different from determination. Determination can be forced. What I am building in you cannot be forced. It can only be grown. It is the kind of steadiness that does not need circumstances to cooperate in order to hold its shape. It is the kind of peace that does not dissolve when things get difficult. It is the kind of resolve that does not depend on an audience or on the encouragement of others to keep moving. I am building this in you. It is not finished. but it is real and it is deepening with every day that passes. You are learning patience without being lectured about it. That is the best way to learn it. Not by being told you need it, but by living inside a season that requires it. And you are learning. The urgency that once drove you into poor decisions, the restlessness that once made waiting feel like defeat, those are quieting. You are beginning to understand that not everything I am doing can be seen on the surface, and that the most important work often happens in the places you cannot observe. That understanding is changing how you move through your days. There is also a new relationship with your own mind forming in you. You are learning to observe your thoughts rather than simply live inside them. A thought arrives, and instead of being immediately pulled into its current, you're beginning to stand outside it and ask whether it is true, whether it belongs to you, whether it aligns with what you actually know. This is not a small development. This is one of the most significant things I can do in a person. Teach them to live in their own mind, with intention, rather than just reaction. You are learning this, and it is changing everything downstream. Your words are also shifting, not dramatically, not all at once, but the things you say about yourself and about your life are becoming more measured and more honest. You are speaking with less recklessness. You're beginning to understand that what you say aloud matters, not in a superstitious way, but in the way that all real things matter. Words shape attention. Attention shapes action. Action shapes life. You're learning to take your own voice seriously, and that is a sign of someone who is beginning to understand their own weight in the world. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. The inner life I am building in you will become the foundation of everything you do outwardly. You cannot build anything lasting on the outside that does not have a corresponding depth on the inside. This is why so much of my work in you right now is quiet, internal, and invisible to others. I am not neglecting the visible parts of your life. I am making sure that what I build there has something solid beneath it. A life built on changed circumstances alone will not hold. A life built on a genuinely changed person, that is what lasts. That is what I am building in you. You are also developing something in the area of discernment, a sharpened ability to sense what aligns with your path and what does not. It is not fully formed yet, but you are beginning to feel it, a quiet signal that rises when something is off, a sense of recognition when something is right. You have always had this, but it was buried under noise, under the urgency to please people, under the fear of missing out, under the habit of ignoring what you sensed in favor of what others expected. That noise is reducing, and as it reduces, you are beginning to hear clearly. I am also teaching you the value of your energy. You are not an unlimited resource. You were never meant to give yourself equally to everything and everyone who asked. The demands on you have never stopped, and for a long time you met them without asking whether they were yours to meet. You are starting to ask that question now. You are starting to notice when something drains you and when something restores you. You are starting to understand that protecting your energy is not selfishness, It is stewardship. And I am the one who placed that understanding inside you. The person you are becoming is not being formed in easy conditions. I am not building you in a greenhouse. The strength I am placing in you is being built in real weather, in real uncertainty, real pressure, real moments where the ground felt unstable and you had to find your footing anyway. This is how genuine strength forms, not in the absence of difficulty, but in the presence of it. Standing, choosing, moving forward. And every time you have done that, something in you has become more capable of doing it again. Something in you has grown a ring, the way a tree grows in a hard season, thicker, denser, more able to hold. Something has changed in the way you see. Not your physical sight. The sight that matters most is the one happening beneath that. The way you read situations, the way you read people, the way you read your own life. There is a clarity forming in you that was not there before, and I want you to understand what it is and where it is coming from, because you will need it, and you will need to trust it. There are things that once pulled your attention without question, urgencies that felt real but were not, distractions that dressed themselves as opportunities, conversations and situations that felt important in the moment and cost you days of your life. You are no longer as easily drawn by those things. You are beginning to notice the difference between what is genuinely calling you forward and what is simply making noise. That distinction, small as it may seem, is one of the most important things I can teach a person. And you are learning it. I am sharpening your discernment. Not the kind that makes you suspicious of everything or closed off from life, but the kind that gives you ground to stand on when a decision has to be made. The kind that helps you recognize when something aligns with your path and when it does not, even when it looks attractive on the surface. You have made choices in the past that looked right from the outside but felt wrong within hours. That feeling was real. I am making it louder, clearer, and harder to dismiss. Your priorities are also reshaping themselves. This is happening quietly but unmistakably. Things you once organized your life around are losing their position. Things you once treated as secondary are beginning to demand more of your attention and your care. This is not confusion about what matters. This is a realignment. I am recalibrating what holds weight in your life, and the process sometimes feels like disorientation before it settles into clarity. But settle it will. And when it does, you will look at your life and see it organized around something truer than what organized it before. You're also becoming more honest about how you have been spending your time. Not in a way that produces guilt, but in a way that produces change. You are starting to see where your hours have been going, what they have been building, and whether what they have been building is what you actually want. That kind of honesty is not comfortable, but it is necessary. I am not placing this awareness in you to burden you. I am placing it in you because you are ready to act on it, and because the life I have for you ahead requires that you show up to it with intention. There is a growing stillness in you as well, and it is one of the signs that I am most pleased to see. Not the stillness of someone who has given up, but the stillness of someone who has stopped needing to fill every silence with movement. You are learning to sit inside uncertainty without immediately trying to resolve it. You are learning to hold an unanswered question without it destabilizing you. That capacity to remain centered in the middle of what is not yet clear is something that most people spend their entire lives without developing. You are developing it now. Alongside the stillness, there is also a growing conviction in you about what you are called to. Not a loud, dramatic certainty, but a quiet and persistent knowing that has been growing in the background of your days. A sense of direction that does not require the approval of others to feel real. A knowledge of what you are built for that goes deeper than what you have yet been able to put into words. I place that knowing there. It is mine and it belongs to you, and no opinion in the world can take it from you once you decide to stand inside it. You are also learning to stop explaining yourself to people who have not asked to understand you. This is a profound form of freedom, and you are just beginning to walk in it. There was a time when you needed people around you to validate your path before you felt safe enough to walk it. You wanted agreement before you moved. You wanted endorsement before you believed. I am not saying that community is without value. I built you for relationship. But I am teaching you the difference between drawing on the wisdom of those who walk with you and depending on the approval of those who are simply watching. Every part of this sharpening serves a specific purpose. I am not increasing your discernment so that you can observe your life more clearly from a distance. I am increasing it so that you can move through your life more precisely, so that when the right opportunity comes, you will not mistake it for the wrong one, so that when the right person steps into your path, you will not dismiss them, so that when I open a door that is specifically yours, you will recognize it and step through it with confidence rather than hesitation. The person you are becoming can carry this level of sight. The older version of you might have found it overwhelming to see so clearly, to feel so precisely, to be so awake to what is right and what is wrong in the decisions in front of you. But the you that is rising now has the capacity for it. You have been built up to carry it, and you will use it well. Clarity is a gift, and I am giving it to you, not in one moment of sudden revelation, but as a steady and growing light inside you that is making your path more visible with every step you take forward. And that light does not fade. It is not borrowed from your circumstances. It is rooted in me, and I am not going anywhere. There is a new quality of confidence rising in you, and I want you to understand what kind it is, because it is nothing like what the world calls confidence. The world's version is loud. It announces itself. It leans on achievement and appearance, and the reactions of others to know whether it is real. What I am building in you is entirely different. It is quiet. It does not need applause to stand. It does not need agreement to hold its position. It rises from something deeper than performance, and it remains even when the room goes silent. This confidence is rooted in a settled understanding of who you are, not based on what you have produced or what others have said about you or how well things have gone. It is rooted in something I have been placing in you over time. A knowledge of your own worth that did not come from a single experience, but from a slow and steady work inside you that is now beginning to surface. You are starting to carry yourself differently, not arrogantly, but with a kind of quiet assurance that belongs to someone who knows they are not walking alone. As this confidence takes shape in you, something else is happening as well. You are beginning to draw different things into your life. The connections you are making, the opportunities that are presenting themselves, the situations you are finding yourself in. These are beginning to shift in quality. This is not coincidence, like calls to like. As the person you are becoming grows clearer and stronger, what you attract begins to match it. The old patterns of connection, where you gave more than you received, where you made yourself small to keep the peace, where you tolerated what you should not have, those are losing their grip on your life. The people who are meant to be part of this next season of your life are not the same kind of people you have been accustomed to. They are not people who need you to diminish yourself in order to feel comfortable. They are people who recognize what is in you, who value it, who contribute to your path rather than redirect it away from itself. Some of them are already close. Some of them are still on their way. But they are coming, and you will know them. Not by how much they impress you, but by how fully you can breathe when you are around them. I also want to speak to you about the relationships you are currently in, the ones that have been tested by this season of change. Not every relationship that has felt strained is one that needs to end. Some of the people who matter to you are simply adjusting to the version of you that is emerging. They are not threatened by your growth, but they are navigating it. Give them time, not indefinitely, and not at the cost of who you're becoming, but with the patience of someone who understands that change requires adjustment from everyone it touches. The ones who are truly for you will find their footing. Receive this word now if you know it belongs to your life. You are also becoming more aware of what you bring into rooms and conversations. Your presence is not neutral. Something in you carries a quality that affects the atmosphere around you, not in a mystical way that requires explanation, but in the plain way that any person of substance affects their environment. You steady people. You bring a quality of attentiveness that others feel without being able to name. You carry a measure of calm that people around you draw on without asking for it. This is not burden, it is calling. And I am teaching you to carry it with intention rather than carelessness. There will be people who come to you with questions they cannot ask anyone else. People who are looking for something settled in the middle of their unsettledness. They will not always explain why they come to you, but they will come. And when they do, what you carry will be exactly what they need. Not because you have all the answers, but because the work I have done in you has made you a place where something solid can be found. This is part of what you are becoming, a person in whose presence others find ground to stand on. This is not a role that comes with performance. You do not have to manufacture it or maintain it by effort. It is something that flows from who you genuinely are, from the work that has already been done, and the work that is still continuing. The most powerful thing you can do is simply keep becoming what I am making you. Keep allowing the work. Keep choosing the path when it is uncomfortable. Keep moving forward when the forward motion feels uncertain. The influence that belongs to this version of you does not require that you pursue it. It will follow you. Your energy is also becoming more specific. You have learned to stop spreading it thinly across too many things and too many people. You are learning to concentrate it, to bring the full weight of your attention to the things that actually deserve it, and to hold back from the things that are simply consuming without giving anything in return. This is not a small discipline. It is one of the marks of someone who has begun to truly understand their own value. And it will compound over time into results that will surprise you. What I am forming in you is not a version of success that you have seen demonstrated in the lives of others and decided to imitate. It is something original to who you are, something that only you can carry in the exact way you will carry it. The path ahead of you is not a copy of anyone else's path. It is yours, designed around what I placed in you before you had words for any of it, shaped by everything you have lived and pointed toward a destination that was set before this season began. I want to speak to you about courage, not the kind that requires no fear, but the kind that moves forward while the fear is still present, the kind that does not wait for certainty before it acts. The kind that has been growing in you quietly under the surface of this season, and is now becoming strong enough to act on, because there are things ahead of you that will require it. Not tomorrow, not someday, in the days and decisions that are already in front of you. There are things you have been putting off because you could not see how they would work out. Choices you have been circling rather than making. Directions you have felt pulled toward but held back from because the outcome was not guaranteed. I understand the logic of that hesitation. It feels responsible. It feels wise. But there comes a point where hesitation is no longer wisdom. It is simply a more comfortable name for fear. And I am telling you now, you are past that point. The time to act is not when everything is clear. The time to act is now, with the clarity you have, in the direction you already feel me pulling you. This does not mean recklessness. It does not mean moving without prayer or without consideration. It means trusting that I do not call people toward things and then abandon them in the middle of the journey. I have never asked you to walk somewhere and then left you to walk it alone. The fear you feel at the edge of a new decision is real, but it is not information about whether you should move. It is information about how much this matters. And the things that matter most are always the ones that cost the most to reach for. You have stood at edges before. You have felt the vertigo of not knowing what was on the other side, and you have made the choice to move anyway. You may not have called it courage at the time. You may have called it necessity or desperation, or simply the absence of any other option. But it was courage. And every time you moved forward at an edge, something in you grew that could not have grown any other way. That growth is part of what has made you ready for this season. And this season will ask for more of it. There is also something I want to say about timing. You have spent time wondering whether things will work out, whether the circumstances will align, whether the moment will be right. I want to replace that wondering with something more solid. My timing is not slow, it is precise. The things I am working toward in your life are not delayed, they are placed. Every moment that has felt like waiting has been a moment of positioning, of arranging what needed to be arranged, of preparing what needed to be prepared, of making certain that what comes to you comes at the moment that will serve it best. When a door opens before the right moment, what enters through it is not ready, and what you receive before you are ready does not stay. I have watched this happen in lives I love, and I will not do it to yours. I am not withholding what is good from you. I am making sure that when it comes, it finds you fully capable of receiving it, holding it, and building with it. That is not absence, that is care. And the delay you have felt is not punishment. It is precision. I also want to speak to the moments when you feel that you cannot go on. Not the dramatic version of that feeling, but the quiet, daily version. The mornings when the effort feels too much. The evenings when the distance still to travel looks larger than the ground already covered. I know those moments. I am in them with you. And what I want you to hold in those moments is this. You are not required to carry the full weight of what lies ahead. You're only required to take the next step, the one directly in front of you. One step with what you have, from where you are. That is all I ask in any given moment. The courage I am building in you is not for a single defining event. It is for the accumulation of daily choices. The decision to be honest when dishonesty would be easier. To speak when silence would be safer. To trust when doubt is what everything around you is offering. It is for the practice of showing up to your own life, fully, rather than at a reduced and manageable version of it. Every day you make those choices, the courage in you grows larger, and it is growing. There is also something being settled in you about your identity that is connected to all of this. You are becoming someone who knows, at a level that is harder and harder to shake, that your worth is not contingent on performance. It is not something you earn back after a failure. It is not something that diminishes when others are disappointed. It was given to you, it is held by me, and nothing that happens in the visible world can add to it or remove from it. Once that truth settles fully in you, it changes what you are willing to risk, because you are no longer risking your worth. Your worth is already secured. The path forward will not always be marked clearly. There will be seasons where the next step is visible and the step after that is not. That is not a failure of direction. That is the design of a journey that requires trust. I will show you what you need to see when you need to see it. I will not withhold the light required for the step in front of you. And I am asking you to trust that and to move. Not when the whole road is lit, but when the next step is clear. That is all trust has ever required. That is all I have ever asked. There is a moment coming, not a distant or hypothetical one, but one that is genuinely close, when you will look at your own life and not immediately recognize it. Not because it has become unrecognizable in a frightening way, but because it has become what you once could only barely allow yourself to hope for. You will stand in a season of your life and realize that the things that once held you have released you. That the weight you carried for so long has been set down. That the person you are is not the person who entered this season, and that the difference is so real and so complete that it will be difficult to remember exactly how the old version of you felt from the inside. I want you to receive that now, not as a distant promise, but as something already in motion, because it is. The arrival is not a single moment. It is the accumulation of every small movement you have made toward it. Every time you chose to trust instead of collapse. Every time you moved forward instead of retreating into the familiar. Every time you stayed in the discomfort of growth instead of escaping back into comfort. All of that is building towards something visible, and the visible part is closer than it appears. There is a peace that is settling in you that I want you to pay attention to. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace that comes when problems are solved and questions are answered. This is a different kind. It is the peace that arrives when a person has decided, at a level beneath words, that they are going to trust me completely. Not partially, not conditionally, not only in the areas where trust feels safe. Completely. That decision creates a quality of interior stillness that nothing on the outside can produce, and nothing on the outside can take away. I see that decision forming in you. I am honoring it. You have been through seasons that ask things of you that you were not sure you had to give. Seasons where the demands outweighed what you could see in yourself. And yet, here you are, not diminished, not broken, not reduced to a smaller version of what you were. Here and growing, and more than what you were before this season started. That is not a small thing. That is something I want you to sit with for a moment, not with pride, but with honest recognition. You're still here, and the you that is still here is not the same you that entered. Something has been added that was not there before. I am also establishing something in you that has to do with your future and the ones you love. The work I am doing in you does not stay within you. It flows outward. The stability I am building in you will create stability around you. The peace I am placing in you will reach the ones you carry in your prayers. The strength I am establishing in your foundation will become part of the foundation that those you love will stand on. Not because you make yourself into a burden bearer, but because people who love you will feel the solidity of what I have built in you and will draw steadiness from it. That is part of the purpose of this transformation. It was never only for you. There is also a new relationship forming between you and hope. Not the fragile kind that depends on good news to sustain itself, but the kind that has weight, that has roots, that does not fold when the circumstances argue against it. You have known the fragile kind, the hope that rises with good signs and collapses with bad ones. I am replacing that with something more substantial. A hope that is grounded in what I have said rather than what you see. A hope that stands in the middle of contradicting evidence because it is not founded on evidence to begin with. It is founded on me. I want to speak plainly about what the rest of this journey will look like, because I will not give you something you are not prepared for. It will not be without difficulty. There will still be seasons that press hard. There will still be moments of uncertainty and moments where the path requires more courage than the moment before. I am not promising you a life that never asks hard things of you. I am promising you a self that is equipped to meet them, and a presence that goes ahead of you into every one of them. You will not face a single thing alone. Not a single decision. Not a single moment of darkness. Not a single step of unfamiliar ground. I am already there. What changes is not that the road becomes easier. What changes is who you are on the road. The same distance feels different when you are carrying it from a place of strength rather than a place of depletion. The same challenge looks different when you face it with clarity rather than confusion. The same life opens up differently when the person living it has been rebuilt from the inside out and is no longer operating from the old fears and the old wounds and the old patterns that once determined everything. That is what I am building, and that rebuilt person is who you are becoming. You will not always be in this season of transition. This intensity, this rearrangement, this particular quality of internal pressure. It is not permanent. It is purposeful. And it is leading you somewhere. The other side of this season holds things that your heart has been reaching toward, things I have been arranging, things that are yours. Not because you earned them perfectly, but because I am a God who finishes what He starts. And I started something in you, and I will complete it. So hear this, and let it settle in the place where you keep the things that matter. I am not done with you. I have not exhausted my plans for your life. The best of what I have for you is not in your past. It is ahead. And the person you are becoming is exactly the person who is ready to receive it. Walk forward. Hold steady. Trust what you cannot yet see. The one doing the work is faithful, and the work will be finished. Say, yes, I receive this. If your heart is open to all that I have promised you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Congratulations, my child. I am speaking to you with urgency, because what is about to unfold in your life cannot be delayed and cannot be ignored. Before this day ends, look at what you have, and do not be shocked by what you find, because a shift has already begun. And hear this also. Tonight I want to heal your body. Give me these few minutes, because your body has been crying in silence, and I have seen every hidden pain you tried to push down. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. I brought you here, because provision and healing are moving toward you at the same time. Listen closely, because I do not speak this way over every season. Some seasons are for planting and some are for waiting, but this one is for receiving. I have been working behind what you can see, and the work is nearly ready to show itself. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was arranging things you could not reach and moving what you could not move. Now the arrangement is complete enough for you to begin to feel it. Your situation is not what it appears to be right now. The picture in front of you is temporary, and I have already begun to change the reality behind it. The numbers you count and recount at night do not define what I have planned for you. The ache you have learned to live with does not define it either. I measure your life by what I have prepared, not by what you have endured. And what I have prepared is larger than what you have dared to ask for. I have seen every moment you struggled. I heard the prayers you whispered when no one else was near, and the ones you could not put into words at all. I saw you hold on when letting go would have been easier. None of it escaped me. This moment is not only about increase, and it is not only about relief in your body. It is confirmation that I have been with you all along. You have walked through a season where everything felt stuck. Progress was slow. Answers did not come when you expected them, and some did not seem to come at all. But underneath that stillness, I was building something stable, something that would not vanish as quickly as it came. I do not build in a hurry, because I do not build things that fall. And while you were worrying about what you lacked, I was also watching what the worry was doing to you. Stress settled into your muscles. Fear moved into your thoughts. Exhaustion took up residence in your body like an unwelcome guest that never left. You adjusted your whole life around that heaviness, and you called it normal. My precious one, it was never meant to be normal, and tonight I begin to remove it. So I ask you to stay. Do not let your attention wander from this moment, because what I am doing requires your openness, not your effort. You have spent years trying to fix everything with your own hands, and your hands are tired. Let them rest. I am not asking you to strive. I am asking you to receive. There is a reason I say do not be shocked. Shock is the language of disbelief, and disbelief closes what trust holds open. When you see the first signs of change, I do not want fear rising in your chest, whispering that it is too small, too late, or too fragile to last. I want you to breathe and know that I placed it there. Even if it looks small at first, it carries the beginning of something far greater. I have opened doors you have not yet walked through. I have placed people along your path whom you have not yet met. I have spoken your name in rooms you have never entered, and favor is rising for you in places you cannot see from where you stand. To you, it will feel sudden. To me, it has been planned, prepared, and timed down to the hour. You were not chosen for this because you are perfect. You were chosen because you did not quit. When your faith was thin as thread, you still held the thread. When your body ached and your provision ran low in the same week, you still lifted your eyes. That endurance moved my heart, and it moves my hand now. Do not dismiss what is coming as coincidence or luck. I move in practical ways, not only in ways you call spiritual. I work through timing, through people, through open doors, and through strength returning to weary bones. This is how I teach you to trust me, step by step, sign by sign, until the question of whether I am with you goes quiet forever. I am with you. I have always been with you. Tonight, both works begin together. The provision that was delayed is being released, and the body that was depleted is being restored. These are not two separate mercies. They are one act of one Father who sees the whole of you, not just the part that prays loudest. I do not heal your circumstances and leave your body broken. I do not strengthen your body and leave your table bare. So let your shoulders come down from where they have been living. Let your breath grow deeper. Something in you already senses that this word is true, and that sense is not your imagination. It is your spirit recognizing the voice that made it. You have heard many voices promise you much. Mine is the only one that has never needed to raise itself to keep a promise. Stay with me now through every word that follows, because each one carries something I want to set in place inside you. Do not rush. Do not reach ahead. Simply listen, and let what I speak go down into the places where you need it most. The shift has begun, the healing has begun, and neither one will be taken back. Declare your Amen if you believe this word has reached you at the appointed time. Now let me show you how I have been providing for you, because you have misunderstood the silence. You thought silence meant absence. You thought the slow seasons meant I had moved on to someone else's prayers. But a farmer does not shout at his field to make it grow. He plants, he waters, and he trusts what is happening beneath the soil. I have been working beneath your soil. While you were counting what was missing, I was counting what was coming. While you lay awake arranging numbers in your mind, trying to stretch what you had across what you owed, I was arranging outcomes you could not calculate. I heard the quiet thought that said, maybe nothing will ever change. I did not answer it with words. I answered it with work. Provision from my hand rarely arrives the way you expect. You look for the sudden flood, but I more often send the steady stream. A flood tears up the ground and leaves as fast as it came. A stream cuts a path through rock and feeds the land for generations. I am giving you a stream, because I intend for this to last. You have seen seasons where increase came and vanished quickly, where gains slipped through your fingers, where nothing seemed to stay. That cycle ends now. This time I am not only giving you something, I am teaching you how to hold it, how to grow it, and how to walk without the fear of losing it. The provision and the wisdom arrive together because one without the other would fail you. So when the change begins to show, receive it with quiet trust. Do not interrogate it. Do not stand over it waiting for it to disappear, the way you have stood over every good thing that ever entered your life. That posture was formed by disappointment, and I understand how it was formed. But you are not living in those years anymore. You are living in this one. What you will see first is only the visible edge of an invisible movement. There are things still aligning, still traveling toward you, still being prepared. I am working through people you have not met, through opportunities you have not recognized, and through doors that have not yet opened. The increase does not stop where it begins. It begins where you can see it, and it continues where you cannot. I also want you to understand what increase truly is, because the world has taught you to measure it poorly. Increase is not only what comes in, it is also what stops leaking out. The losses that repeated themselves, the setbacks that arrived just when you got ahead, the pattern of one step forward and 2 steps back. I am closing those places. What enters your life now will stay, take root, and multiply. There is a covering over what I give you. I do not hand you provision and then abandon it to chance. I guard what I plant. This does not mean no challenge will ever come near you, but it means what I am building will not collapse under pressure. The house I build for you is set on rock, and the storms that broke you before will only prove its foundation now. Do not compare your portion with anyone else's. Your path is your own, and the way I work in your life is fitted to you alone. What matters is not how fast it looks beside someone else's harvest. What matters is that it is real, it is steady, and it is aligned with what I planned for you before you knew to want it. Comparison will only steal the peace I am handing you, and do not announce everything you see me do. Some things grow best in quiet, away from attention and interference. There is strength in keeping holy things between you and me for a while. The seed does not call the whole field to gather around while it takes root. Let the fruit speak later. For now, guard the quiet. You will begin to notice new thoughts arriving, ideas about what you could build, paths you had not considered, ways to use what is in your hand. Do not brush them aside. Not every idea in your mind is your own. Some are mine, placed there deliberately, because provision does not only come as something given, it also comes as something created through the wisdom I put inside you. This is how it was with my servants of old. I did not only rain bread from heaven, I showed a widow that the little oil she had left could fill every vessel she could borrow. I took a boy's small loaves and fed a multitude on a hillside. I have never needed much to make much. I only need what is in your hand and your willingness to trust me with it. So loosen your grip on the fear of not having enough. That fear has managed your decisions for too long. It told you what you could not do, could not try, could not hope for. It sat at your table like a false counselor, and you fed it every day with worry. Starve it now. Its word over your life has expired. I am also adjusting your timing. You have felt out of step for years, as if everything arrived too late or left too early. That was the old season. In this one, you will notice things landing when you need them, not before, not after. A door will open the very week you are ready to walk through it. Help will arrive the very hour your strength runs low. This precision is my signature. Remember this when the first sign appears, whether it is small or great. Do not say it is not enough. Say instead, it has begun. The first drop of rain is not the storm, but it proves the clouds are full. What I have released toward you is already in motion, and nothing in motion from my hand can be turned aside. Say, I trust you, Lord, out loud if you believe your provision is already on its way. Now turn your attention to your body, because I am turning mine toward it. I made this body. I know every joint, every nerve, every hidden place where pain has set up camp. You have described your tiredness to no one, but you did not need to describe it to me. I see the nights your mind would not rest, and the mornings your body felt heavy for no reason you could name. Tonight I begin to restore what has been breaking down in silence. You have carried things that were never meant to stay in you this long. Stress settled into your muscles and stiffened them. Fear crept into your thoughts and tightened your chest. Exhaustion drained your strength until even small tasks felt like hills. I do not blame you for any of it. Life laid heavy loads on you and you carried them because you thought you had no choice. Now I am lifting what does not belong to you. I do not need hours to begin this. I need your openness. When you stop bracing, my presence moves freely through you, reaching every weak place and beginning to make it strong again. So stop bracing. You are not on trial here. You are on the receiving end of a father's care, and nothing is required of you except to let me work. There is a warmth beginning to move through you, quiet and unhurried. Do not dismiss it. I rarely announce my work with noise. When I healed in the streets of Galilee, some were restored with a word, some with a touch, and one woman simply reached for the hem of a garment, and power went out to meet her faith. Reach for me like that now in the stillness, and my power will meet you where you ache. Understand how I heal so that you do not doubt the pace. I do not patch surfaces. I go to the root. Some of what troubles your body began in your mind, in years of worry that your frame was forced to carry. Some began in seasons of grief you never fully set down. I'm addressing the causes, not just the symptoms, and that is exactly why this healing will hold. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now, stay with me, because the work in your body continues even as you consider what I have asked. Layer by layer, I am releasing the tension your frame has stored for years. Your shoulders have been carrying weight that was never assigned to them. Your jaw has been clenched around words you never let yourself say. Your breath has been shallow, as if you were always ready for the next blow. Tonight, breathe deeper. The next blow is not coming. I am here. Your body has memory. It remembers every season you pushed through when you should have rested, every warning it gave you that you overruled. It learned to live on guard. But what your body learned, my presence can teach it to unlearn. I am speaking peace to your nervous system the way I once spoke peace to a storm on the sea. The wind and the waves obeyed that voice. Your body will obey it too. Feel how your breathing is already changing. It is slowing, deepening, finding the rhythm I designed for it. This is not something you are forcing. It is something you are finally allowing. When the body is calm, it repairs. When it is at rest, it rebuilds. I built that mercy into your very flesh, and tonight I am switching it back on. I am restoring your energy, because I know how tired you have been. There were days when you looked strong to everyone around you, while inside you were running on almost nothing. I saw the performance, and I saw the cost of it. That constant emptiness is not your identity, and it will not be your future. Strength is returning to you, not in one overwhelming wave, but steadily, the way light grows at dawn. I am also quieting your mind, because healing does not happen in the body alone. Thoughts of dread have been circling you like birds that would not land or leave. I am clearing them now. You do not need to keep replaying what hurt you, and you do not need to rehearse disasters that have not happened. I am giving you a stillness your thoughts can rest inside, and I am removing the fear you have carried about your own health. You have wondered, in your most private moments, whether something was deeply wrong, whether your body was failing you slowly. That dread has added weight to every symptom. I am lifting it off you. You are safe with me, and you are being cared for in ways that go far beyond what any eye can see. Nothing about you is beyond repair. Hear that again. Nothing about you is beyond repair. I have restored withered hands, opened blind eyes, and called a man out of his own tomb after 4 days. Your weariness does not intimidate me. Your pain does not confuse me. What I begin, I always finish, and tonight I have begun. So do not rush away from this moment. Every minute you remain open, the work goes deeper. You are not wasting time by being still. Stillness is the very room where I am operating. Others may not understand why this hour matters so much. You do not need them to understand. You only need to stay and let me finish what your body has been begging for. Now I must deal with something that stands between you and everything I am releasing. It is not an enemy outside you. It is the quiet expectation of loss that lives inside you. You have learned to brace for the fall even in your best moments. When your body feels better, part of you waits for the relapse. When provision arrives, part of you waits for it to vanish. My child, that bracing must go, because you cannot hold a blessing and flinch from it at the same time. I know where that expectation came from. Good things did leave, relief did fade. You have real memories of hope that ended in disappointment, and those memories built a wall around your heart with a sign that reads, "Do not trust this." I am not asking you to pretend those years never happened. I am telling you that those years are not a prophecy. They are a chapter, and the chapter has closed. Hear the difference between the old cycle and what I am doing now. The old cycle was you, straining alone, patching leaks with your own two hands. This is me, building. When you built alone, the results rose and fell with your strength. What I build does not depend on your strength, and that is exactly why it will not fall when you have a weak day. You are allowed to have weak days inside my strong plan. So when your body has an ordinary ache next week, do not let fear announce that the healing has failed. Healing is not the absence of every sensation. It is a direction, and your direction has changed. A tree planted by water still loses a leaf in the wind. It is still planted by water. Judge your life by where it is planted now, not by every leaf that moves. And when a bill arrives or an expense surprises you, do not let panic announce that the provision was an illusion. The sea does not stop being the sea between waves. My supply toward you is not a single event that can be spent and finished. It is a current, and currents keep coming. One difficult moment cannot cancel what I have set in motion. There is something else I am correcting in you. Somewhere along the way, you came to believe that struggle is your permanent address, that peace only visits but pressure lives with you. That belief has shaped how you breathe, how you sleep, how you plan, even how you pray. I am pulling it out at the root. Stability is not a stranger passing through your life. From this night, it is a resident. Notice what is already changing in your thoughts. The constant noise of worry is losing its volume. There are moments of quiet in your mind that you did not manufacture. Do not rush past them. They are evidence. Peace always arrives ahead of increase, the way morning light arrives ahead of the sun itself. What you are feeling is the light before the fullness. Your body and your circumstances have been trapped in the same conversation for years. The body worried about the money, and the money worries wore down the body. Fear moved between them like a courier, carrying bad news back and forth. Tonight I am dismissing the courier. When peace governs your mind, your body softens. When your body rests, your judgment clears. When your judgment clears, your decisions prosper. Notice how one healing strengthens the other. Sleep is going to change for you. The hours that used to be filled with calculations and rehearsed conversations will grow quiet. You will lie down and actually rest, not just pause between worries. I give to my beloved even in their sleep, and much of what I do in you now will be done in the dark hours, gently, without your supervision. You do not have to guard the night shift anymore. I have taken it. There will still be moments when the old thoughts knock. They will sound familiar, even reasonable. This will not last. Something will go wrong. Do not get comfortable. When they come, you do not need to argue with them for hours. Answer them once, the way I am teaching you now. That voice described my past, and my Father is describing my future. Then let the matter rest. You are not the same ground those thoughts used to grow in. I am also healing the way you receive. For years, receiving made you uneasy. Help felt like debt. Rest felt like laziness. Kindness felt like something you would have to repay before you could enjoy it. That uneasiness came from seasons when you could count on no one, and I am dissolving it. Open hands are not naive hands. Open hands are the only hands that can be filled. Let go, too, of the guilt you have attached to your own needs. You have treated your body's requests for rest as weakness, and your soul's need for relief as selfishness. That is not humility. That is a burden I never placed on you. The same care you have poured out on others, I now command you to allow into your own life. You are also one of the ones I love. Understand what this release will feel like, so you recognize it. It will feel lighter, and at first the lightness may seem strange, even wrong, like silence after years of noise. Do not reach back for the weight because the weight was familiar. Familiar is not the same as good. Give your soul a little time to learn the new climate. What feels unfamiliar this month will feel like home by the next season. I am patient with this process, and I ask you to be patient with yourself. A wall built over decades does not fall in a day, but it is falling. Every hour you choose trust over bracing, another stone comes down. And on the day the last stone falls, you will stand in full view of the life I prepared, and you will wonder why you ever guarded yourself against your own inheritance. You are not fragile, my child. You are in my hand, and my hand does not tremble. The fear of losing what I give was never part of the gift. Drop it here tonight, and walk forward carrying only what I actually gave you: provision, healing, and peace. Now I want to speak about what I am building inside you, because the outer blessing rests on the inner foundation. If I poured increase into an anxious heart, the anxiety would poison it. If I poured strength into an undisciplined life, the strength would scatter. So I am renewing you from within, and this inner work is not a lesser miracle. It is the one that makes all the others last. Your mind is being renewed first. The way you think about provision, about your body, and about your own worth is shifting even now. You are no longer meant to see yourself as someone always catching up, always behind, always one problem away from collapse. That identity was formed under pressure, and the pressure is lifting. I am giving you the mind of someone who is led, not chased. Pay attention to your thoughts in the coming days, and you will notice the difference. Where there used to be a swarm, there will be order. Where you used to spiral, you will simply consider, decide, and move. This clarity is not a technique you learned. It is a gift I am placing in you, because the season ahead requires clear eyes, and I do not send my children into new seasons unequipped. With the clarity comes wisdom, and I ask you to treat wisdom as part of your inheritance, not an accessory to it. Solomon asked me for an understanding heart above riches, and I gave him both, because the first knows how to keep the second. I am doing the same in you. The ideas arriving in your mind, the caution you feel about certain choices, the pull you feel toward others, these are not moods. They are guidance. So move when I nudge you, even if the step looks small. Great doors often hang on small hinges. A single conversation, a skill picked up in an ordinary month, a habit begun quietly at dawn. These are the hinges I love to use. Do not despise the day of small things. I was watching when the temple's first stone was laid, and I rejoiced over it before a single wall stood. I'm also teaching you discipline, but hear what I mean by that word. Not punishment, not a heavier yoke. Discipline is simply love with a direction. It is knowing what belongs to your path and what does not, and having the settled strength to choose accordingly. In the past, you often decided out of urgency because fear demanded an answer immediately. Fear is no longer your counselor. You can take a breath, ask me, and choose well. Your appetite for certain things will change on its own, and do not be alarmed by it. Things that once entertained you will begin to feel empty, and things that once bored you will begin to feel rich. Quiet will become appealing. Depth will become appealing. This is not you becoming dull. This is you becoming rooted, and rooted things live long. Guard your attention, because attention is the soil where everything grows. Whatever you feed your mind each day is planting something. For years, without meaning to, you planted alarm and comparison, and you harvested restlessness. Now plant my words, plant gratitude, plant honest work, and notice what a different harvest rises from the same field. The field was never the problem, the seed was. Do not measure this new life against anyone else's. When Peter looked at John and asked, "What about him?" I answered, "What is that to you? Follow me." I say the same to you with all tenderness. Your assignment fits you the way a key fits one lock. Envy would have you trading your key for one that opens nothing of yours. There is a humility I am weaving into you alongside the strength, and the two are not opposites. The oak is strong because it bends and because its roots go deep, not because it boasts against the wind. As your provision grows and your health returns, remain low in your own eyes and high in gratitude. That posture keeps blessing safe. Pride spends an inheritance. Humility multiplies one. You will also find yourself caring differently for those around you. As your own fear quiets, you will have room to truly hear people again. Those you love will feel the change before you explain it. Some of what I am giving you is meant to flow through you to them, not as pressure, but as overflow. A full well does not strain to water the garden around it. Be careful, though, with whom you share the details of this season. Not everyone can celebrate what they have not yet received. Some words are bread for you and stumbling stones for others. Joseph told his dreams too freely and spent years paying for the telling. Let your life speak slowly. Those who are meant to understand will understand at the right time. I am adjusting your pace as well. You have lived at the speed of emergency for so long that slowness feels like failure to you. It is not. I move through history at the pace of seed and season, and nothing I have ever purposed has arrived late. Walk with me at that pace. Hurry was the thief of your peace, and you will find that almost nothing in your new life actually requires it. And in the middle of all this growth, keep returning to the simplest thing: time with me. Not performance, not long words. Just the door closed, the heart open, and a few honest minutes. That secret place is where every strength you will ever need is stored. The men and women who moved mountains in my name were not the loudest ones. They were the ones who knew the way to that room. This is who you are becoming: clear-minded, steady, wise, unhurried, generous, and quietly strong. Not perfect and not required to be, but changed, truly changed, from the inside outward. The person you were surviving as is not the person you will be living as. I say it, and I do not take words back. Whisper, "I receive it," if your heart is open to becoming everything I just described. Let me tell you now what the deepening of this restoration will look like, so that you can recognize my hand as it moves. In your body, the change will come the way spring comes, not with one loud day, but with 100 small mercies. One morning you will rise and realize you are not dreading the day. One evening you will notice the ache you always carried has grown quiet. Add these mercies together and you will find a different life. Your strength will return in layers. First, the rest will deepen, because rest is the ground floor of every recovery. Then your energy will steady, no longer spiking and crashing, but flowing evenly through your days. Then your confidence in your own body will come back, and you will move without that flinch of caution that pain taught you. Each layer supports the next. I build the way a wise builder does, from the foundation upward. Do not be troubled that some of this work stays hidden for a time. The most important part of any tree is the part no one applauds, the roots working in the dark. Right now, roots are going down into your health, your provision, and your peace. When the visible growth comes, and it will come, it will not topple in the first storm, because the unseen work was done first and done well. In your provision, the deepening will look like consistency. Not one dramatic windfall that makes a story, but a steadiness that makes a life. Bills that once loomed will shrink to their true size. Choices that once felt impossible will simply be decisions. You will plan a month ahead, then a year ahead, and one day you will catch yourself planning a legacy. That is the ladder I am setting your feet on. You are moving from survival to stewardship, and I want you to understand the difference. Survival asks, how do I get through this week? Stewardship asks, what is this in my hand for? Everything I place with you, strength, means, insight, time, has an assignment attached to it. The faithful servant in my story was not praised for burying what he was given, but for putting it to work. I am handing you more because I trust you to work it. With increase comes weight, and I am strengthening your shoulders for it. But hear me carefully. Weight is not worry. The weight I give is the good weight of purpose, like a full harvest in the arms of the one who planted it. Worry is the counterfeit, and you have carried enough counterfeit weight for a lifetime. From now on, when something feels heavy, ask me whose weight it is. If it is mine, I will carry it with you. If it is not, set it down. Your surroundings will begin to reorder themselves around what I am doing. Certain rooms, certain habits, certain conversations will quietly lose their place in your life, and you will not need to force the pruning. A vine dresser prunes so the branch can bear more fruit, and I prune gently but thoroughly. When something falls away in this season, do not chase it. It made room for what I am bringing. Some people will notice the change in you before you say a word. Your face will carry less strain. Your answers will carry more peace. A few will be drawn to it and ask what has happened, and you will find simple, honest words for them. Others may resent a calm they do not understand. Bless them and keep walking. You are not responsible for how everyone receives your healing. You are responsible for not abandoning it. There is a protection over this whole work that I want you to rest in. What I restore, I also guard. Your health is under my watch. Your provision is under my watch. The plans I have written for you cannot be stolen by circumstance or delayed by the opinions of others. No word spoken against this season of yours will prosper, because I did not consult anyone when I decreed it, and I will not consult anyone to cancel it. That does not mean every day ahead will be soft. You will still live in a world with friction, and I will not lie to you about that. But there is a difference between weather and climate. Hard days are weather. My faithfulness is the climate now, and weather cannot change a climate. You will get rained on some afternoons and still live in a fruitful land. Hold on to that distinction when a difficult afternoon tries to preach to you. Feelings will report the weather. Faith will remember the climate. Let both speak, but let only one decide. The one who decides your outlook decides your direction, and I am teaching you to hand that seat to faith every single morning. I am also restoring years, not just moments. You have grieved time, the seasons that sickness, worry, and lack seemed to swallow. You have looked back and ached over what those years might have been. Hear my promise. I repay what the swallowing seasons took, not by turning time backward, but by making the years ahead so fruitful that the lean years lose their power over your story. The best chapters were never behind you. As your body strengthens and your table fills, keep your eyes on the giver and not only the gifts. This is not a warning spoken in suspicion. It is the counsel of a father, who has watched blessing become a snare for those who forgot its source. You will not be one of them. Gratitude will keep the channel clear, and the channel will keep flowing. Thank me in the small moments, and you will never lose your way in the large ones. And remember that this restoration has a horizon beyond your own comfort. I heal you so you can live, and I prosper you so you can build. And some of what you build will shelter people you have not met yet. Your endurance already carries authority. When you tell someone weary, it can change. Your words will land differently than a stranger's, because you will speak as one who stood in the ashes and watched me bring a garden out of them. So receive the deepening without suspicion and without hurry. Roots first, then branches, then fruit, then seed for others. That is my order, and it has never failed. You are inside that order now, held, guarded, and growing, and nothing about your progress depends on your perfection. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once run dry. Now come close, because I am going to send you forward, and I want you to leave this moment carrying exactly what I have placed in your hands. No more and no less. You arrived weary, watching your provision with worry and carrying pain your body had learned to hide. You are leaving as someone appointed to be healed, appointed to be supplied, appointed to walk through the doors I have already unlocked. When you next look at what you have, whether it is more than you expected or not yet what you hoped, read it correctly. It is not your verdict. It is a page in the middle of a story I am still writing. Verdicts are final, and nothing about your supply is final, except my promise over it. So look without fear, give thanks for what is there, and stand firm on what is coming. When your body speaks to you in the days ahead, listen with new ears. If it asks for rest, give rest without guilt. If it grows stronger, receive the strength without suspicion. And when you notice the quiet places where pain used to live, pause and thank me there, in the moment. Gratitude spoken at the sight of a healing seals the healing into memory, and memory is where faith goes to feed. Keep the rhythm I have taught you tonight. Peace first, then thought, then action. The world will keep insisting that panic is responsible and hurry is wise. You know better now. The one who trusts does not need to run, and the one who is led does not need to guess. Walk, do not sprint, and you will pass many runners resting by the road. Return often to the quiet room where you and I meet, not because I demand ceremony, but because you were built to be renewed there, the way a lamp must return to the oil. A few honest minutes with me each day will hold you steadier than 1,000 plans made in fear. When you do not have words, sit with me anyway. Presence is the older language, and I have always spoken it with my children. Speak carefully over your own life, because your voice is the instrument I gave you for agreement. Do not use it to rehearse ruin. When you talk about your body, speak of it as something being restored, because it is. When you talk about your provision, speak of it as something growing, because it is. Death and life sit in the power of the tongue. Choose life so often that it becomes your accent. Be generous as you rise, not out of pressure and never to earn what I have already freely given, but because generosity keeps your heart the right shape. A closed hand cramps around what it holds. An open hand is always ready for more, both to receive and to release. You will find, as all my faithful ones find, that giving and thriving are not rivals. They are companions. Extend patience to those who knew you in the hard years and still speak to you as if you live there. People are often the last to update their picture of someone I have changed. Do not argue your transformation. Live it. In time, the evidence will speak with a volume no argument could reach, and some who doubted will quietly come to you asking how. If a hard day comes, and some will, do not treat it as the end of this word. Take that day back to this night. Remember what you heard. Remember what you felt loosen in your body. Remember the peace that settled where panic used to sit. A word from me does not expire because a Tuesday was difficult. Anchor to it, and let the day pass through you like weather through a well-built house. And when the blessings arrive, and they will arrive, stay tender. Prosperity can harden a heart faster than hardship if gratitude is not standing guard. Stay easily moved by kindness. Stay quick to notice small good things. The tenderness you kept through your worst seasons is treasure in my eyes. Bring it with you into your best ones. Hear now my word over your body, spoken plainly. Strength is returning to you. Rest is being restored to you. What was tense is loosening. What was drained is filling. And what was afraid is settling into peace. Your frame is mine. I formed it with intention. And I am renewing it with the same intention. You will feel the difference and you will know who did it. Hear my word over your provision. The stream has been opened and it will not be dammed. Doors are unlocked ahead of you. Help is timed to your need. And wisdom is planted in you to keep and grow every good thing that comes. You will lend and not borrow. You will plant and also harvest. And your house will move from asking to answering, from lacking to lending, from surviving to building. And hear my word over you. You are not forgotten, not overlooked, and not too late. You are mine. I called you by name before this message found you, and I will still be calling you by name long after this night has folded into memory. Nothing you feared has the final word. I have the final word, and my word over you is life, healing, provision, and peace. Go now into your days with your head lifted. Sleep tonight without standing guard. Rise tomorrow without dread. Look at what you have without trembling, and look at what is coming with expectation. The shift has begun. The healing is in motion, and my hand is on both. I do not begin and abandon. I begin and I complete, and I have begun in you. My beloved, this hour was appointed for you before you knew to ask for it. Carry it gently, guard it in your heart, and whenever doubt whispers, return to what you know. You heard your Father, and your Father does not lie. Say amen, I am ready if you receive everything I have spoken over your life tonight.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Set everything down. Let the noise around you fall quiet, because I have been trying to get your attention, and today you finally slowed down long enough to hear me. This is not an accident. You were not wandering when you arrived here. I drew you to this moment myself, and what I am about to speak over you was prepared long before you knew you would need it. There is a nudge in your spirit. You have felt it for days. A stirring you could not name, a pull you could not explain, a sense that something was about to change. Do not ignore it. That nudge was me. I have been reaching for you in 100 quiet ways. The thought that came out of nowhere and would not leave. The sudden urge to pray when you had almost given up on praying. The restlessness that settled over your ordinary routine, as if your own life were whispering that there is more. None of that was random. All of it was my hand on your shoulder. You have wondered why heaven felt silent. Hear me now. I was never silent. I was speaking in a register your hurry could not receive, so I began to slow you down. I let certain plans stall and certain doors stick, not to frustrate you but to turn your face toward mine. My child, a shepherd does not shout across the field when he wants one particular sheep. He walks toward it. He calls it by name. That is what this moment is. I am not addressing a crowd right now. I am speaking to you, one voice to one heart, because what I have prepared has your name on it, and no one else can claim it. Listen closely, because I want you to understand why the timing matters. There are seasons when heaven moves quietly, and there are seasons when heaven moves suddenly. You are standing at the border between the two. The long, quiet stretch behind you was not emptiness. It was the drawing back of the bow. And an arrow flies farthest when the pull has been longest. You almost did not make it to this moment. I know that. There were nights you thought about laying the whole thing down, the hope, the prayers, the believing. Something in you held on anyway. That something was not stubbornness. It was the thread of my spirit woven into you, and I never let it snap. So before I say anything else, I want to settle one question forever. You matter to me, not the polished version of you. Not the person you pretend to be when others need you strong. You, as you are today, tired and unsure, and still listening. That is the one I came for. I know the questions you carry. Why has it taken so long? Why do others seem to move ahead while you wait? Why do the same battles keep circling back? I will answer those questions in this hour. But first, you must let go of one lie. The lie that says you were overlooked. You were never overlooked. You were being kept. There is a difference between being forgotten and being hidden. A treasure is not forgotten when it is buried. It is protected. I have kept you out of sight of certain people and certain opportunities because if they had reached you too early, they would have ruined what I was building in you. What felt like rejection was often my shielding. Now the hiding is ending. I am lifting the cover, and I need you awake for it. Because the things I do next will move quickly, and I do not want you to mistake them for coincidence. When the unexpected call comes, that is me. When the stranger speaks the exact words you prayed about in secret, that is me. When the stuck door swings open without your pushing, that is me. Do not let your mind wander now. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to drift away in the middle of this word, to remember some errand, to feel some sudden urge to be anywhere but here. Recognize that pull for what it is. Stay with me. The ones who receive everything I am releasing today are the ones who remain until the final word. I want you to breathe slowly as my voice reaches you. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. You have been braced for bad news for so long that your body forgot how to receive good news. So receive it now. I am for you. I have always been for you. And the report I carry today is not warning but promise. Some who hear this will think it is too good to be true. My beloved, I understand that caution. Life has taught you to guard your hope the way a burned hand guards itself from fire. But I am not life's disappointments. I am the one who spoke light into darkness. And when I say a thing, the thing itself must bend to obey. So here at the very start, I ask for something simple. Not perfection. Not a spotless record, just an open heart, the smallest crack in the wall you built. Faith the size of a seed is enough for me to work with. I have moved mountains with less. This day is a marked day. Long from now, you will look back and divide your story into what came before this word and what came after it. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to everyone. I say it to you because I see what is already in motion behind the veil, and it is good. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. You said it. or your spirit said it for you, and heaven heard. Now lean in. What I show you next is the part of your story you were never able to see, the part that explains the tears, the delays, and the strange, stubborn hope that would not die. It is time you knew what has really been happening. Let me tell you what I have witnessed, because you have believed for years that your hardest hours went unseen. They did not. I was in the room every single time. I was there when you held yourself together in public and came apart the moment the door closed behind you. I heard the prayers that never made it into words, the ones that were only a long exhale and my name. I watched you get up on mornings when getting up was the bravest thing anyone did in that house. No one applauded. I noticed. I saw the betrayal too. I watched someone you trusted take your kindness and treat it as a thing to be spent. I heard the lies they told about you, and I saw how you bit your tongue instead of fighting back. You wondered if staying silent made you a fool. It did not. It kept your hands clean for what I am about to place in them. I know about the friend who vanished when your season turned hard. I know about the ones who should have shielded you and instead became the very source of the wound. You have replayed those moments 1,000 times, asking what you did to deserve them. Stop asking. The failure was theirs, not yours, and I have not forgotten the account. There were nights you lay awake and asked whether your prayers were reaching anything at all, or just rising into an empty sky. I want to answer that question plainly. Every one of them arrived. Not one was lost in transit. Some are answered already. Some are held for the right hour. And some I answered differently because I could see the whole road, and you could see only the bend. You have also carried the ones you love. You have stood in the gap for people who never knew you were praying for them, lifting their names in the dark while carrying your own weight in silence. That kind of hidden faithfulness has a sound in heaven. It is not a small sound. My precious child, here is what you must understand about the years that hurt. I did not cause every wound you carry. Some came from the cruelty of others, some from a broken world, some from choices whose cost you could not have known. But I wasted none of it. There is a difference. I do not manufacture sorrow, yet I refuse to let sorrow have the final word in the story of anyone who is mine. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. His brothers meant it for evil. The betrayal was real evil, not disguised blessing. Yet I bent even that evil to serve my purpose until the day the prison door opened, and the pit became a footnote. What others meant to bury you, I have been bending toward your good. The bending is almost complete. You learned things in those hidden years that no easy road could have taught you. You learned how to hear my voice when no other voice was kind. You learned who you are when no one is impressed with you. You learned that you can lose much and still stand. Do not despise that education. Kings have paid fortunes for less wisdom than you carried out of your worst season. And notice this, because it matters, you did not become cruel. Life gave you every excuse to harden, and you stayed soft where it counts. You still give. You still hope for others, even when hoping for yourself feels risky. That softness is not weakness. It is the proof that the enemy failed to make you into his image. I also saw what you did with your doubts. You brought them to me instead of letting them drive you away from me. You argued with me some nights. That is fine. Jacob wrestled until daybreak and left with a limp and a blessing. I would rather have your honest wrestling than your polite distance. Now here's something you have needed for a long time. You are not behind. The clock you measure yourself against was built by people who cannot see what I see. Abraham was old when the promise arrived. David waited years between the anointing and the throne. The timing of a promise belongs to the one who made it, and I have never once been late to my own appointments. Somewhere along the way, you started apologizing for your own existence. You shrink in rooms you were sent to fill. You call your dreams unrealistic and your needs too much. That ends today. I do not make apologetic creations. I made you on purpose, with intention, the way a craftsman makes a tool for a task he already has in mind. Say, "I believe," out loud if this word is finding the hidden places of your heart. Good. Let that belief stand up straight inside you, because I am about to show you the other side of your story, the side that was hidden behind the veil. You have only ever seen your life from the ground. For the next few moments, I am going to let you see it from where I sit. From where I sit, the delays were not denials. From where I sit, the closed doors were not insults but detours around ruin you could not detect. From where I sit, the people who walked away created the vacancy that my chosen companions will soon fill. Nothing about your file reads like failure up here. It reads like the record of someone being trusted, slowly and deliberately, with much. And there is one more thing I witnessed that you should know about. Every time you were mistreated and chose not to repay it, every time you blessed someone who could do nothing for you, a record was kept. You thought those moments evaporated. They did not. They accumulated. And a stored-up record of hidden faithfulness always comes to payment in my kingdom, with int. Now I must expose something, because you cannot walk free while you still believe the report of your accuser. There has been a voice speaking against you for years. It sounds like your own thoughts, which is its cleverest trick. It arrives at your weakest hour, quotes your worst memories, and signs your name to its conclusions. Today I am putting that voice on trial. The accuser told you that you are a failure. I say you are a work in progress in the hands of a builder who has never abandoned a project. The accuser whispered that you are forgotten. I say your name is engraved where I cannot look without seeing it. The accuser said you are too damaged to be used. I say the vessels I use most were all mended ones, and the mended places are where my light passes through. The accuser told you that your best years are spent. I tell you the richest harvests come from fields that lay fallow the longest. He said your mistakes disqualified you. I say my mercy wrote the final ruling on your record and the verdict reads redeemed. He said you missed your one chance. I say I am the God of Peter on the beach, restoring in one morning what 3 denials had broken. He told you no one would ever truly choose you. I chose you, and I do not choose carelessly. He said your prayers change nothing. I say kingdoms have quietly turned on the hinge of prayers smaller than yours. He announced that you will end your days unnoticed and unfinished. I decree that what I began in you, I will complete, and the finishing will not be quiet. Whose report will you believe? You cannot carry both. One voice leads to a shrinking life, the other to an open door. Choose the voice that made you. Choose it today and every day after, until choosing it becomes the reflex of your heart. Understand why the accuser worked so hard on you. Liars do not spend years on worthless targets. He studied your calling before you ever sensed it, and everything he threw at you was measured against the size of what you carry. The fiercer the opposition, the greater the treasure it was sent to smother. You were not attacked because you are weak. You were attacked because of what your freedom will cost the darkness. Now I ask something of you, and I ask it as the one who is never taken from you without multiplying it back. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Remember the widow at Zarephath. A handful of flour, a little oil, one last cake, and she gave it first to the man of God. The jar did not run dry, the jug did not fail, not because the amount was great, but because the trust was. It has never been about the size of the hand that gives. It is about the direction the heart is facing when it opens. Let me return now to the voice you must silence, because there is one more of its lies to break, and it is the deepest one. The accuser has told you that you are alone in the fight, that everyone who matters eventually leaves, that you must hold everything up yourself, because if you rest, it all collapses. This lie has driven you for years. It is why you cannot sleep some nights and cannot receive help on others. Hear the truth. You were never the only one holding your life together. My hand has been under the whole structure from the beginning. The nights you were sure everything would fall apart, and somehow morning came, and it had not fallen. That was not luck holding the beams. That was me. So I give you permission to put down what was never yours to carry. The outcome, the timing, the opinions of people who judged you without knowing the road you walked. Lay them down the way a laborer lays down a sack at the end of the day. You will feel lighter within the week, and lightness is something you have not felt in a long time. There is a boldness that returns when the accuser is silenced. You will notice it soon. You will speak in rooms where you used to shrink. You will try again in areas where you had quietly given up. This is not a change in personality. It is the sound of your true self, unburied. And when the old voice creeps back, because it will attempt a return, do not argue with it in your own strength. Answer it the way I answered in the wilderness, with what is written. It is written that nothing can separate you from my love. It is written that no weapon formed against you will prosper. It is written that the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Put the sword in your mouth, and the liar will not stay to hear the end of the verse. You have lived under a false verdict long enough. Consider it overturned this day. The court of heaven does not echo the accusations of your past. It echoes the blood that answered them. Walk out of the cell. The door was unlocked the moment mercy spoke, and mercy has been speaking over you since before you knew to listen. Now let me show you the architecture of your struggle, because your battles have not been scattered and random. They have been concentrated at 3 doors. 3 areas of your life have stood locked while you knocked and pushed and wept on the threshold. Provision, companionship, purpose. I am going to speak to each one, and as I speak, hear the sound of iron giving way. The first locked door is provision. You have worked harder than most and held less than many, and the arithmetic of it has never made sense to you. Money arrived and evaporated. Opportunities ripened and then rotted a day before your hand could reach them. You began to suspect that something was set against you, and in this, you were not imagining things. But hear what that lock could not do. It could not make you dishonest. You were squeezed for years and never once decided that cheating was the answer. It could not make you stingy either. Even in lack, you shared. Do you understand how rare that is? A person who stays generous while empty has passed a test that most who are full will never even sit for. That test is over. I am opening the door of provision, and I will open it in ways you did not engineer, so that you will know the hand behind it was mine. Watch for provision that arrives without your striving. Watch for the debt that shrinks faster than the numbers say it should. Watch for the idea that comes to you in an ordinary hour and turns out to carry your increase inside it. When these things unfold, do not call them luck. Call them by their name: faithfulness. The second locked door is companionship. This lock has been the most painful because it made you conclude that the problem was you. You attracted takers and repelled the steady ones, or so it seemed. You sat in gatherings and felt like a stranger at your own table. You know how to be alone in a crowded room. That is a skill no one should have to learn as well as you learned it. Here is what was true behind the veil. Some of that isolation was protection. There were bonds that looked appealing which would have chained you to smallness, and I kept them from closing around you. And some of the loneliness was seasonal, the emptiness of a field between plantings. The field is not barren, it was resting before the seed. Now I am sending companions suited to who you are becoming, not who you were. They will recognize you quickly. There will be an ease in their presence that you stopped believing was possible. They will speak to the strength in you rather than feeding on it. And when they come, receive them without suspicion. Not everyone carries a hidden knife. The ones I send carry bread. But make room. This is your part at the second door. There are connections in your life that empty you by the hour, voices that leave you smaller after every conversation. I am not asking you to hate anyone. I am asking you to stop watering what I have uprooted. Release what drains you gently and without drama, and the vacancy will fill with what I have prepared. A hand that clutches old stones cannot close around new treasure. The third locked door is purpose, and this is the lock the enemy defended most fiercely. You have felt it your whole life, the sense of being made for something you could not name. It visited you at odd moments, in the middle of ordinary work, a homesickness for a place you have never been. Then it faded, and the fading hurt worse than the longing. You concluded you were foolish to want more. You were not foolish. That longing was the compass needle of your calling, trembling toward its true north. The lock on this door was never able to remove your purpose. It could only delay your entrance. And a delayed entrance, my child, often means a grander room. Moses carried his calling 40 years in a wilderness before the bush burned. The calling did not expire in the desert. It matured there. The man who finally stood before Pharaoh could not have stood there at 20, full of his own strength. What you call your wasted years were the slow forging of a person who can carry weight without being crushed by it. So the third door is opening now, and this is how you will know. Assignments will find you. Needs will rise in front of you that match the exact shape of your gifting, as a lock matches its key. You will do something that feels almost easy, and others will call it remarkable. Pay attention when that happens. Ease plus fruitfulness is one of the surest signs that you are standing inside your design. And do not assume your assignment must look grand to be great. Some callings stand before multitudes. Most stand in doorways, kitchens, workrooms, and quiet conversations at the right hour. A single sentence spoken to the right soul at the right moment can outweigh years of applause. I measure greatness by obedience and by love, not by audience. If I hand you something that looks small, handle it as holy anyway. Small in your eyes has never once meant small in mine. Do not demand the whole blueprint at once. I do not hand out complete maps, because a person with a map stops holding the guide's hand. I will give you the next step, and light enough for it. When you take it, the step after that will appear. This is how the whole road will unfold, one obedience at a time, until you look back astonished at the distance covered. 3 doors, 1 key. The key has never been your effort, your connections, or your flawless record. The key is trust, turned by the hand of the one who owns the house. You have spent years studying the locks. Lift your eyes now to the locksmith. The scraping sound you hear in your spirit today is real. It is the sound of things opening that no man will be able to shut. Hear now what I am releasing, because the opening of doors is only the beginning. A door is an invitation. What passes through it is the inheritance, and I am sending through those open doors 4 things: healing, restoration, favor, and peace. Listen closely to each, because you will want to recognize them when they arrive. First, healing. I'm speaking to your body, the faithful servant that has carried you through every one of these years and absorbed the cost of every worry. Stress has taxed it. Grief has taken up residence in its muscles and its sleep. Some of what troubles your flesh began in your sorrows, and as I heal the sorrow, the body will follow. I am also speaking to conditions that have resisted every remedy. I made every fiber of you, and nothing in you is beyond my reach. Strength you assumed was gone for good will begin returning in quiet increments. You will notice one day that you climbed the stairs without the old heaviness, that you slept through the night, that the ache you had accepted as permanent has grown strangely quiet. Receive these as what they are: my hand at work in your frame. And healing is more than the body. There are rooms in your memory you have kept locked because entering them costs too much. I do not heal by erasing. I heal by entering those rooms with you until you can stand in them without bleeding. The day is coming when you will tell of your worst season with steadiness in your voice. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped ruling. Second, restoration. Someone who walked out of your story is going to reach back toward it. An apology you stopped waiting for is being formed in a heart that has finally seen its own fault. When it comes, you will have a choice, and I will help you make it wisely, because restoration is not the same as returning to what harmed you. Understand this clearly. Not every broken bond is meant to be rebuilt. Some endings were my mercy, and reopening them would only reopen wounds. But the bonds I ordained, the ones threaded with purpose, those I will mend, and the mended bond will hold more weight than the original. Trust me to sort the one from the other. I have never confused the two. Third, favor. This one you will notice in the response of the world around you. Places that dismissed you will reconsider. People in authority will look at you twice, and the second look will hold something new. Answers that used to be no will soften into yes, and you will not be able to point to anything you did differently. That is the mark of favor, outcomes that outrun explanations. Favor is not fairness. Fairness gives you what you earned. Favor gives you what I decree. Joseph earned a prison sentence he did not deserve, and favor made him governor in an afternoon. One day of favor can repay years of unfairness, and I specialize in exactly that arithmetic. Do not spend the coming season keeping score against the past. The repayment will not come from the people who owe you. It will come from me, and my rates are generous. Fourth, peace. Not the fragile pause between problems that the world calls peace, but the settled deep that holds even while storms argue overhead. This peace does not wait for circumstances to improve. It moves in first and renovates from within. You will feel it as a strange calm in situations that used to unravel you completely. Others will notice it before you do. They will ask what changed, and you will find you cannot fully explain it. That is how you will know it came from me, because you did not build it. Now, a word about how these 4 gifts travel. They rarely arrive with trumpets. Heaven's deliveries are usually quiet at the door. A conversation that turns unexpectedly warm. A letter with news you did not dare expect. A morning when the dread is simply absent. The proud miss their miracles waiting for spectacle. Be the one who recognizes me in the ordinary envelope. And a word about timing. These releases have already left the storehouse. Some are close, some are routed through events that have not yet happened, and a few are being held back by nothing except the readiness of other people. I'm still moving into position. Do not interpret the interval as refusal. A ship already launched is not a ship denied, even while it is still out of sight of the harbor. While you wait for what is in transit, steward what has landed. Thank me for the first small signs instead of holding your gratitude hostage until the full sum arrives. Gratitude is not merely politeness. It is the acknowledgement that widens the channel. The one who is faithful over little is the one to whom much can be safely sent, and I am watching how you handle the first fruits. There is one more gift folded inside the other four, and it may be the greatest. As healing, restoration, favor, and peace do their work, you will begin to like the person you are becoming. The self-reproach that hummed beneath your days will fade. You will catch your reflection in a window and not flinch. My beloved, I have waited a long time for you to see what I see. That sight is part of the inheritance too. Declare, I receive it, if you are ready to take hold of what heaven is releasing over your life. Let those words stand as your signature on everything I have just spoken. Heaven treats such declarations seriously, more seriously than you know. The moment you spoke, something was sealed. Now stay with me, because I must prepare you for what comes next, and not all of it will be gentle. Great releases attract great resistance, and I want you armed before it arrives. What I have released you must now walk in, and walking requires instruction. Heaven has done what only heaven can do. There remains a part that belongs to you, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. Grace is free, but it is not passive. The sea parted for Israel, yet they still had to march across the floor of it. The first instruction is this: move before you see. Faith that waits for proof is not faith. It is spectating. Abraham packed and left for a land he could not have found on any map of his own making. Peter put his weight on water while the water was still behaving like water. The promise I have spoken over you will meet you in motion. Take the step you have been postponing, the conversation, the beginning, the request, the risk. Small is fine, delayed is not. The second instruction: govern your mouth. Your words are not commentary on your life. They are agents in it. Out of the same mouth can come agreement with my promise or agreement with your fear, and whichever you speak, you strengthen. From this day, let your speech take my side. When lack shouts, answer with provision. When dread mutters, answer with my record, which is long and unbroken. I am not asking you to deny difficulty. I'm asking you to stop prophesying against yourself. The third instruction: guard what you take in. You have a gate, and you are its keeper. Voices of despair will ask to lodge in your thoughts, some from ill-meaning people, some from the general noise of a fearful world. You cannot silence the noise, but you decide what gets a room for the night. Fill your inner house with what is true, noble, and full of hope. A mind fed on fear will starve the strongest faith. A mind fed on truth becomes very hard to defeat. The fourth instruction: keep the conversation open between us, not ceremony, conversation. Speak to me while you work, while you walk, while you wait in the tedious middle of ordinary days. Bring me the small things. Nothing that concerns you is beneath me. Prayer is not a lever you pull to extract outcomes. It is the current that keeps your heart in my presence, and hearts kept in my presence do not easily lose their way. Now I must speak plainly about resistance, because I warn those I love. When a captive is set free, the captor notices. As my releases unfold in your life, opposition will make an appearance. Expect discouragement to arrive, wearing familiar faces, some who question your hope, some who mock it, some whose doubt sounds almost reasonable. Expect small crises timed with strange precision, disruptions that seem designed to fall on the eve of your progress. They are designed. That is exactly the point. Do not be alarmed by any of this, and do not read it as evidence that the promise failed. Read it correctly. Thieves do not gather at empty houses. The intensity of the interference is a measure of the value of what you now carry. When the resistance comes, it is not a sign that you took a wrong turn. It is often the surest sign that you took the right one. And remember who stands with you in it. I have set a hedge around you that was not voted on and cannot be lobbied. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Formed, yes. Prosper, no. Schemes will be drafted and will die in the drafting. Words will be spoken against you and will fall to the ground without a harvest. Your part in the battle is smaller than you think. Stand firm, keep your peace, and refuse to hand over your confidence. The rest of the war is mine, and I have never lost. Let me also warn you about a subtler enemy than any attack: the drift back to old patterns. After enough years, even a cage can feel like shelter, and there will be moments when the new territory feels so unfamiliar that the old smallness whispers an invitation home. Do not accept it. Lot's wife looked back at a burning past and became a monument to hesitation. Set your eyes forward. The unfamiliar is not the unsafe. It is simply the shape of a future you have not memorized yet. Practice expectation as a discipline. Rise in the morning with the assumption that I am already at work in the day ahead of you. Expectation is not arrogance. It is the posture of a child who knows the character of the Father. Those who expect nothing sleep through their own answered prayers. Those who watch see. I would have you among the watchers. Practice gratitude the same way, especially on the days when evidence is thin. Thank me in advance the way farmers thank the sky before the rain, because they know the season even when the ground is still dry. Gratitude spoken before the answer is the highest compliment faith can pay. It tells heaven you trust the character of the promiser more than you need the sight of the promise. And practice rest. This one will surprise you, but hear it. Exhaustion is not a badge of faithfulness. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I did not exempt you from it. Some of what you call anxiety is simply weariness wearing a costume. Sleep without guilt. Be still without earning it. The work that matters most in your life right now is work only I can do, and I do not require your worry as a contribution. One more instruction, and it may be the hardest. Forgive. Not because they deserve it. Some do not. Not because the wound was small. It was not. Forgive, because unforgiveness is a chain with one end around your own wrist, and everything I am leading you toward requires your hands free. You do not have to trust them again. You do not have to explain it to anyone. Just hand me the debt, and let me be the judge I have always been. The moment you release it, you will feel the difference in your steps. These are your orders for the season, and none of them is beyond you. Move before you see. Speak life. Guard the gate. Stay in conversation with me. Stand when resistance comes. Look forward, expect, give thanks, rest, and forgive. Do these, and the releases I have spoken will not merely visit your life. They will settle in it and build. Now lift your head, because I am about to close this word the way a king closes a decree, with a seal and a sending. Everything I have spoken over you in this hour is now in motion. The doors are opening. The releases are in transit. The accuser's verdict is overturned. What remains is for you to cross the threshold, and I will not send you across it empty-handed or alone. In the days just ahead, watch for the first sign. I tell you this so that when it comes, you will not explain it away. It may be modest, a message from an unexpected quarter, a kindness with no visible cause, a provision that arrives sideways through a door you were not watching. The first sign is rarely the largest. It is the handshake before the covenant, my way of saying, you heard correctly. After the first sign, confirmations will begin to gather. Different voices will say the same thing to you without knowing each other. Circumstances will rhyme with what I have spoken here. You will open the scriptures at random and find them oddly specific to your situation. When it happens once, you may call it chance. When it keeps happening, call it what it is. A father making himself unmistakable to a child he is leading somewhere new. Then will come the season of building, and I want you sober about it. New seasons are not endless mornings. There will still be work, still be weather, still be days that feel like the old days. The difference is not that difficulty vanishes. The difference is that difficulty stops being in charge. You will meet obstacles as a person under assignment meets them, as things to be moved through, not verdicts to live under. That shift, quiet as it sounds, changes everything it touches. As you walk, remember that you are becoming an answer to other people's prayers. This is part of the purpose I unlocked. Near you, this very week, is someone standing where you stood, worn thin, wondering if anyone sees, close to setting the whole thing down. You will recognize the look because you wore it. When you do, speak. Tell them the night ends. Tell them what you know now from the inside. Comfort travels with a special authority when it comes from someone who needed it first, and I am entrusting you with that authority. Do not underestimate what your endurance has already preached. People watched you go through what should have leveled you, and they watched you still be standing on the other side. Some of them drew conclusions about me from the way you survived. You were a letter you did not know you were writing. In the season ahead, I will let you read some of the replies, and hear this about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through all these years. I have not been idly listening to those prayers. I have been working in lives you cannot supervise, softening ground you cannot reach, arranging encounters you could not engineer. Some of the answers will surface in the season ahead, and a few will astonish you. Keep carrying them. No prayer offered in love is ever wasted labor. Let me also settle you about the past one final time. You will be tempted, even in the good days ahead, to grieve the years the locks were on the doors. When that grief comes, bring it to me, but do not let it write the story. I am the God who restores what was eaten and repays what was stolen. And my restorations are not refunds, they are multiplications. The years ahead of you can hold more than the years behind you lost. Believe that, and the past loses its power to tax the future. Now receive my blessing, because I do not end this word with instructions. I end it with benediction. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past explanation. I bless your going out and your coming in. May every road rise to meet your assignment. I bless your table. May it never lack bread, and may it always have room for the guest I send. I bless your sleep. May it be deep, and may your waking thoughts reach for me before they reach for worry. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly. I bless your ears, that my voice would stand out from the noise all your days. I bless your heart, the brave, patched, persistent heart that kept beating hope when hope was expensive. It will not be put to shame. And I bless the ones you love. May the goodness that finds you overflow its banks and water every life joined to yours. Carry this hour with you. When the old heaviness attempts a return, come back to what I have said and read it aloud to your own soul, the way David strengthened himself in me when everything at Ziklag was ashes. A word from me doesn't expire between hearings. It will be as alive next month as it is this moment, because I do not speak in fading ink. And remember, above every promise, the promiser. More than the open doors, I give you myself. I am with you when the signs are frequent, and with you in the quiet stretches between them. I am with you in the room where you pray, and in the rooms where you forget to. There is no hour of your future that I have not already entered ahead of you, and no future hour where you will look for me and find me absent. You came to this moment carrying questions, and I have answered the deepest one. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, prepared, and positioned, and the keeping is complete. The season of the locked doors is behind you. The season of the open ones has begun. Walk into it the way loved people walk, unhurried, unafraid, and sure of the arm beside them. Go now with my peace, resting on you like a garment. Go with my favor moving ahead of you into every room. Go with my word alive in your chest, and let it be louder than every voice that ever told you less. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and everlasting means this day and tomorrow, and every step of the long, bright road I have prepared. This is my word over you, and it will not return to me empty. It will accomplish everything I sent it to do in your life. I have spoken, and heaven stands behind every syllable. The rest of your story starts now, and I am in it, from this line to the last. If you believe this word was meant for you, seal it now and declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready."
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
This is not fear speaking. This is care. I see what is forming before it reaches you, and I am asking for only a few minutes of your full attention, because the truth you need is simple, but it is urgent. If you turn away now, you may miss the very thing that was meant to guard your body and preserve your life. So stay. Be still. Let these words settle in you before you decide what they are worth. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. Nothing about this hour is random. I have been reaching for you in quiet ways, through a thought that kept returning, through a word spoken by someone who did not know why they said it, through a stillness that came over you when you least expected it. You brushed those moments aside. You told yourself they meant nothing. So now I am speaking plainly, in a voice you cannot mistake. There is something forming ahead of you. It is not sudden to me, though it would feel sudden to you. I see the pattern taking shape, the choices lining up, the small neglects gathering weight in places you cannot see. You feel calm today. But calm that is built on not looking is not peace. I want you to have real peace, and real peace begins with seeing clearly. Hear me well. This warning is not punishment. It is protection given before harm arrives. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not stay silent to be polite. He calls out. He calls loudly if he must, because love raises its voice when danger is near. That is what I am doing now. My voice is lifted, not in anger, but in a love that refuses to lose you. I warned Noah before the rain began. I sent word to Nineveh before the city fell. I have always spoken before the storm because warning is the mercy that comes first. When I speak like this, it means the outcome is not yet fixed. It means there is still time. If there were no hope for you, I would not be speaking at all. My words are proof that your story can still turn. You are not hearing this because you are weak. You are hearing it because you are valuable. I do not guard what has no purpose. I guard what carries meaning, what carries a future. There is work ahead that only you can do, and there are people ahead whom only you can reach. That is why I refuse to let you drift toward harm without a word. You matter too much for silence. Some of what I must tell you concerns your body, the vessel I formed with my own hands and my own intention. Some of it concerns the road you are walking and the choices waiting on it. The two are joined more deeply than you know. What burdens your heart wears on your frame, and what wears on your frame clouds your judgment. I will speak to both, because I made both, and I mean to guard both. You have felt small warnings already, a tiredness that rest did not cure, an unease about a certain matter that you keep pushing down, a discomfort that returned when you thought it had passed. These were not random. They were quiet calls for your attention, and I allowed them so that you would slow down and listen. You pushed forward instead. But pushing forward without listening is how small things become heavy things. I see deeper than what shows on the surface. I see the strain you have learned to carry like an ordinary coat. I see how you answer that you are fine while something in you quietly asks for help. You have become skilled at holding things together. But I am not asking you to hold things together. I am asking you to hold on to me. Do not let the seriousness of my tone convince you that something terrible is certain. Seriousness is not finality. It is importance. And importance, when it is received, becomes the doorway to change. What could grow into something heavy can still be reduced, redirected, even removed, when you align yourself with what I am showing you. That is why I interrupted your day, not to frighten you, but to reach you in time. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, say your amen now. Whether you spoke it aloud or only within, I received it. A heart that turns toward me even slightly gives me room to work. That small turning is how every rescue begins. Moses turned aside to look at a burning bush, and a nation's deliverance followed. Nothing about your rescue requires greatness from you. It only requires attention. There is a window open right now. Within it, change is easier. Your body is still responsive, and your circumstances are still soft enough to be reshaped. Windows do not stay open forever. I'm not saying this to press panic into you because panic closes the mind. I am saying it because acting now will cost you little and acting late will cost you much. Wisdom weighs those two prices and chooses early. So here is what I ask as we begin. Put down what you were about to rush toward. Quiet the voice that says this can wait. For these few minutes, give me your whole attention, the way you would give it to a messenger who ran a long way to reach you. Because that is what this is. A message carried to you on purpose, at the exact hour you needed it. In the words ahead, I will show you what has been draining you, what is forming around you, and the decisions that stand between you and the harm I intend to stop. I will also show you the path out, because I never expose a danger without opening a door. Stay with me. Listen closely. Your next days can be different from your last ones, and the difference begins here. Let me speak first about your body, because it has been speaking about you for a long time. I shaped it with intention. Every part of it has meaning, and none of it was left to chance. It is not merely flesh to me. It is the dwelling I gave you for your journey, the lamp that carries your light through this world. When I look at it, I see my own workmanship. That is why I will not stay quiet while it wears down. Your body has been sending you messages, and it has been faithful about it. There was the energy that dropped without reason, the sleep that did not restore you, the small discomfort that stayed longer than it should have, then returned after you decided it was gone. You called these things nothing. They were not nothing. They were a servant knocking on the door of the house, asking the owner to come and see. Think back. There was a moment not long ago when you felt something in your body that made you pause. You stood still for a breath, wondered about it, then talked yourself out of it. I am pointing at that exact moment now. It was an early signal and it deserved your attention. When a feeling repeats, when a discomfort lingers, that is not coincidence. That is a pattern asking to be heard. I also see the pace you have been keeping. You move from one task to the next without a pause between them, rushing through hours that needed your presence. You have treated rest as a reward you must earn instead of a provision I commanded. Even I rested when the work of creation was done, not from weariness, but to teach you the rhythm that keeps a living thing whole. You have stepped out of that rhythm. It is time to step back in. Notice your breathing, even now. When pressure rises, your breath grows thin and shallow and your shoulders climb toward your ears. Tension has settled into your neck, your back, your jaw, so quietly that you no longer notice you are carrying it. It has become a background weight you mistake for normal life. It is not normal. It is a load, and loads can be set down. Strength is not the problem. You have plenty of it. You have endured more than most people around you realize, and you have done it without complaint. But strength that never rests turns into silent strain. And silent strain is what has been building in you. I am not asking you to stop being strong. I am asking you to stop using strength as a wall between you and the truth of what you feel. Let an amen rise from your heart if you receive this warning about your body. Your body responds to what you give it, not once, but over time. Give it rest, and it learns to recover. Give it strain without relief, and it learns to brace. This means you hold real influence over how it feels, even when change seems slow. A field does not turn green the day after rain, but the rain still matters. Every choice of care you make is rain on dry ground. Learn to visit yourself during the day, not only at its edges. Pause in the middle of your work and ask a plain question. How am I right now? Not how is the work, not how are the others, but how am I? You have been so attentive to everything around you that you have become a stranger to what is happening within you. A short, honest answer, noticed early, can spare you a long, hard season later. So begin with what is simple. Slow your breath until it deepens on its own. Drink what your body has been asking for. Eat what strengthens rather than what merely fills. Move gently, enough to loosen what has gone stiff from stillness. Guard your sleep the way you would guard a treasure, because that is when I do my repairing work in you. None of this requires greatness. It requires consistency, and consistency is a form of faith. And hear this clearly, because pride and fear both try to muffle it. If something in your body feels unusual or persistent, do not face it with silence. Seek out those with knowledge and let them examine what troubles you. Asking for help is not weakness, and it is not a lack of faith. I work through skilled hands as surely as I work through prayer. Ignoring a signal I sent you is not trust. It is delay, and delay is the only thing I am warning you against. There is also weight on you that no meal or sleep can touch, because it did not come from your habits. It came from your worry. Thoughts that circle without landing. Concerns you rehearse at night when the house is quiet. Pressure you place on yourself to keep going no matter the cost. That weight does not stay in the mind. It sinks into the chest, the stomach, the muscles, and it presses on everything. You were never meant to carry it this long. Cast that burden onto me. I am not offering you a pleasant saying. I am offering you an exchange as real as any trade ever made. You hand me the weight, and I hand you back the strength to walk. My servant Elijah once lay down under a tree and asked for his life to end, worn past his limit. I did not scold him. I gave him food and sleep, and then I gave him his next assignment. That is how I treat the exhausted. Care first, direction after. You are not fragile, but you are human, and being human means you require care. Honoring your limits does not shrink your life. It preserves it. From this day, I want you to treat attention to your body as obedience, not indulgence. Because the road ahead of you requires a vessel that is not running empty. And the road ahead is exactly what I must speak of next. For time plays a part in everything I am about to ask of you. Now I must speak to you about timing, because timing is part of every deliverance I have ever worked. The sea did not part a week early or a day late. It parted at the moment my people needed to cross. There is a moment like that in front of you now, a season when your circumstances are still soft, still able to be turned. What you do inside this season will decide how much of my warning ever needs to come true. Understand what I am telling you. The trouble forming ahead of you is not one great event waiting on the calendar. It is a chain being forged one link at a time, out of small choices, small neglects, small silences. Chains like that are easy to break while they are short. They grow harder with every link. That is why I am asking you to act now while the breaking is still easy, and not later, when it will demand far more from you. An action for you begins with trust. Not trust as a word you say, but trust as a thing you do. From the beginning, my people have marked their trust by what they were willing to place in my hands. Abel brought the best of his flock. The widow dropped her last 2 coins into the treasury, and I called her offering greater than all the rest. Trust that costs nothing changes nothing. Trust that costs something changes everything. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me show you what else must leave your hands, because an offering is not the only thing I am asking you to release. There are weights in your life that no altar requires and no purpose blesses. They drain you quietly, day after day, and you have carried them so long that you call them yours. They are not yours. Some of them never were. And do not fear that what you set down in obedience will leave a hole in your life. I fill every space that faith empties. The jar of the widow at Zarephath did not run dry, though she poured from it first for my servant. Pouring out came before filling up. It always has. Consider also what surrounds you, the places where you spend your hours, the voices you allow close, the company you keep when your guard is down. Some of these strengthen you, and some of them draw from you like a slow leak from a vessel. You leave certain rooms more tired than you entered them, and you have never asked why. Ask now. Not everything near you deserves to remain near you. and noticing the difference is not judgment. It is stewardship of the life I placed in your keeping. Begin with the burdens you took up on behalf of others. You have a generous heart, and I delight in it. But somewhere along the way, your generosity stopped choosing and started absorbing. You take on troubles that were never assigned to you. You stand under loads that belong to other shoulders, and you call it love. Love bears with others. It does not disappear into them. Even Moses, when he tried to judge every dispute alone, was told to share the load before it broke him. If I set limits for Moses, you may accept limits too. So I give you permission that you have been afraid to give yourself. You may step back. You may say no. You may let a request go unanswered while you recover your strength. Boundaries are not walls against love. They are the banks of a river, and without banks, a river becomes a swamp. With them it becomes a force that turns mills and waters fields. I did not make you to be a swamp. I made you to be a river. There is also a habit I must name, though I will name it gently. You know the one. It is the pattern you return to when you are tired or discouraged, the one that promises relief and delivers only more emptiness. You have told yourself it is small. You have told yourself you can stop whenever you choose. But it has been collecting from you, little by little, energy and time and self-respect. It is one of the links in the chain I described. Release it, and you will feel the whole chain loosen. And there is something older, further back, that still has a hand on you. A wound you have not forgiven, or a failure of your own that you have not let me forgive. You keep it in a locked room and visit it when no one is looking. Every visit costs you something. Unforgiveness does not protect you from the past. It delivers the past into your present, again and again. I am asking you to open that room and let me clear it out. Not because the wrong did not matter, but because you were never built to be its warehouse. Joseph carried the memory of a pit and a prison, put there by his own brothers. When the day came to face them, he wept, and he let the account be settled in my hands instead of his. That release did not erase his history. It freed his future. The same door stands open for you. Walk through it, and much of what I am warning you about loses its power on the spot, because bitterness was one of the roads by which harm planned to reach you. Do you see what is happening as you release these things? Your hands are coming free. Free hands can receive. Free hands can build. Free hands can catch what I have been waiting to give you. A person whose grip is full of old weights cannot take hold of a new season. So let go, one weight at a time, and watch how quickly your strength returns when it stops being spent on what was never yours to carry. Now I will speak about the road ahead, and I ask you to listen with a steady heart, because what I say next requires clear eyes rather than racing thoughts. The harm I have been warning you about does not plan to arrive with noise. It plans to arrive dressed in the ordinary. It will come through a decision that looks small, a voice that sounds familiar, an open door that seems fortunate. That is why awareness, not alarm, is your protection. There is a decision you have been delaying. You know the one because it surfaced in your mind just now, before you could stop it. You have turned it over for weeks, walked up to it, and walked away again. Hear me. That decision is heavier than it appears. It is one of the hinges on which your coming season swings. Your delay has not made it smaller. Delay only feeds the risk I am trying to remove from your path. I am not telling you which choice to make as a puzzle for you to guess. I have already been telling you through the unrest you feel every time you lean the wrong way. That hesitation you keep dismissing is not weakness or fear of change. It is my hand on your shoulder. When you lean toward what is right, a quiet settles in you. When you lean toward what is wrong, something in you tightens. Learn to read those signals, for I wrote them into you as a compass. There is also a connection close to you that requires honest eyes. I will not name it harshly because not everything in it is bad, but something within it is not aligned with your good. You have sensed this in small flashes and talked yourself out of it, because the familiarity feels warm and the history feels binding. I am not commanding you to cut anyone away in anger. I am asking you to observe with clarity. Notice how your peace behaves in that presence. Peace that consistently leaves a room when someone enters it is telling you the truth. Remember how often my protection works through noticing. A word that does not match an action. A promise that keeps moving its date. A kindness that always carries a hook inside it. You have seen these small details and dismissed them as your imagination. They were not imagination. They were evidence, quietly gathered and quietly ignored. From today, let evidence speak. You can love people fully and still see them accurately. Indeed, you cannot love them well until you do. Beware, too, of the offer that will come looking like rescue. Something is approaching that will present itself as an opportunity, bright at the surface, urgent in its manner. It will press you to decide quickly. It will hint that hesitation means losing everything. Mark this well. What is truly from me does not behave that way. My gates do not slam shut on the sincere. When a thing demands haste and punishes thought, that is not my voice inside it. My voice brings clarity, and clarity is never in a hurry. So when that pressured moment arrives, do what the wise have always done. Step back. Sleep before you sign. Ask questions and study how the answers behave under light. If the ground is honest, it will hold while you examine it. If it is false, your patience will crack it open. Either way, patience wins. Esau traded a birthright for a single meal because hunger convinced him the moment could not wait. It could have waited. Almost everything can wait one honest day. I must also warn you about comfort, because comfort is where this danger hides best. There is a part of your life that has grown familiar, and something inside you has been whispering that it is time to move, to change, to leave. You have stayed because staying is easier, and the familiar feels safe. But not everything familiar is good for you, and not everything comfortable is safe. A nest can be warm and still sit on a breaking branch. I am telling you to look at the branch, not the nest. None of this asks you to live suspicious of everyone and everything. Suspicion is fear wearing glasses. I am giving you discernment, which is different. Discernment is love with its eyes open. It moves calmly, judges slowly, and acts firmly once it sees. Fear closes your mind, but discernment opens it, and an open mind sees paths, exits, and answers that panic never finds. You may feel your perspective shifting even as you hear this. Things that seemed confusing this morning are arranging themselves into sense. Matters you had filed away as settled are asking to be looked at again. That shift is not distress. It is sight returning. I am adjusting how you see, so that when the moment comes, you will not need anyone to tell you what to do. You will know. And when you know, act. Seeing without acting is where most rescues fail. Lot's family was warned, taken by the hand, and told plainly not to look back. Yet one heart still clung to the burning place. Do not cling. When I show you the turn, take the turn. I will handle what you leave behind, and I will honor every step you take in obedience, even the trembling ones. Especially the trembling ones. Hold on to this as the ground beneath everything else I have said. The chain of harm is built from unexamined moments, and you are no longer a person who lives unexamined. Each choice you now make with open eyes removes a link. Each pause before pressure breaks another. You are dismantling, piece by piece, the very thing that was being prepared against you. This is what cooperation with my protection looks like. Not hiding, but walking wisely, one clear-eyed decision at a time. Come back with me now to the inner rooms, because the outer road and the inner life rise and fall together. What happens in your thoughts does not stay in your thoughts. A mind at war makes a body at war. A heart at rest makes a body that can heal. The wise have said it from ancient days. A heart at peace gives life to the flesh. You have been proving the other half of that proverb without meaning to. There are feelings inside you that were never given a voice. Grief you swallowed because others needed you steady. Anger you buried because good people are not supposed to feel it. Disappointment you renamed as acceptance and filed away unopened. Hear me, those feelings did not dissolve. What is buried alive does not die. It settles into the body and pays rent in tension, in weariness, in a heaviness you cannot explain to anyone. So I am asking you to do something that will feel unfamiliar. Tell me the truth. Not the polished version you give to people, and not the brave version you give to yourself. The plain truth. Speak it in prayer, out loud, in a room with no audience. David did this in his songs, and I did not strike him down for his honesty. I drew near to it. I called him a man after my own heart, not because his feelings were tidy, but because he brought them all to me. Honesty before me is not complaining. It is unloading a wagon that was never meant to cross the mountains full. Each truth you speak sets something down, and when the wagon is lighter, the whole journey changes. Your sleep changes. Your breath changes. Even your face changes, in ways those around you will notice before you do. Now listen to how you speak to yourself, because I have heard it, and it grieves me. When you stumble, the voice inside you says things you would never say to a friend. It calls you slow, behind, failing, too late. That voice did not come from me. I correct my children, but I never despise them. From this day, when you speak of yourself, speak as one describing someone I love. Because you are describing someone I love. Whisper your amen if you are willing to be made new from the inside out. That willingness is the doorway, because renewal is my craft. I renew the mind the way spring renews a field, not by force, but by steady warmth in one direction. Feed your thoughts what is true, noble, and worthy of praise, and starve the circling worries that have eaten your evenings. You cannot stop a bird from passing overhead, but you can stop it from building a nest in your hair. Worries will pass by. Nesting is what I am ending. Build small stillness into your days and guard it. A few quiet moments in the morning before the demands begin. A pause at midday to breathe deeply and remember that I am holding the world, so you do not have to. Stillness is not idleness. It is the posture in which your strength is exchanged for mine. Those who wait on me renew their strength. That promise has never expired, and it has your name on it. And in that stillness, let me retrain what urgency has taught you. Urgency has taught you that your worth is your output. It is a lie with a busy schedule. Your worth was set by me, and it does not rise on productive days or fall on tired ones. When you understand this, rest stops feeling like theft. You can lie down at night without guilt, because the one who never sleeps is on duty, and he does not need your help through the dark hours. Some of the weight in your chest is not about you at all. It is about those you love. You carry their struggles into your nights, turning their troubles over as if worrying were a form of guarding. I understand that ache, but hear me. Your worry adds nothing to their protection, while your prayer adds everything. So trade the one for the other. Name before me the ones you carry in prayer, and then leave them in my keeping until morning. I can be trusted with them through the night. I always have been. I want you to notice something that has already begun. There have been moments recently, small ones, when you felt lighter for no clear reason. A morning that did not start with dread. An hour when the old heaviness forgot to report. Those were not accidents. They were first fruits, early evidence that your turning toward me is already working beneath the surface. Change often begins quietly, like leaven in dough, long before the eye can see it. Do not despise slow progress, and do not let a bad day convince you the work has failed. Healing is not a straight staircase. Some days you will fall into an old pattern, an old thought, an old heaviness. When that happens, do not add shame to the load. Simply return. The returning is the practice. A righteous person falls 7 times and rises again, and I count the rising, not the falling. Remember also that my mercies do not carry balances forward. They are new every morning. Yesterday's failure does not sit at today's table unless you seat it there. Each dawn I hand you a day with nothing written on it, and I ask only that you walk it with me honestly. You do not have to earn back my favor after a hard week. You never lost it. What you lost was your sense of it, and sense returns the moment you turn toward me again. Stay near to me in this season, the way a lamp stays near its oil. Speak to me plainly. Bring me the worry the moment it arrives, before it unpacks. Give me the first minutes of your morning and the last thought of your night, and let me stand guard over everything between them. Peace I give to you, not the fragile kind the world trades in, but the kind that holds its ground in a storm. Let not your heart be troubled. I have overcome much worse than what stands in front of you. Now I must prepare you for something, because forewarned is forearmed, and I do not send my children into a field without telling them where the stones lie. A moment is approaching that will test everything you have received today. It will not announce itself as a test. It will arrive wearing the clothes of an ordinary day, and it will feel almost comfortable, as if nothing ever needed to change. That familiarity is the disguise. Do not trust it because it is familiar. Examine it because it is familiar. Here is how it will work. Something will invite you back. Back to the old pattern, the old pace, the old silence about what you feel, the old habit you have begun to release. The invitation will be soft. It will say that one time changes nothing, that you have earned a return, that all this new carefulness is exhausting and unnecessary. Old doors always advertise when they feel you leaving. The advertising is not a sign you should return. It is a sign your leaving is real. Patterns do not break themselves. They break when a person sees them coming and chooses differently. Once, then again, until the new way wears its own path. You are able to do this now in a way you were not able before, because you are no longer walking blind. When the moment comes, pause before you answer it. That pause is holy ground. Inside it, you have time to remember everything you heard today, and remembering is most of the victory. Expect distraction as well. When a person begins to turn their life, distractions gather like moths at a lamp. A sudden demand on your time, a small crisis that insists it cannot wait, a piece of news that sets your thoughts spinning. Not every interruption is an enemy, but in this season, weigh each one before you follow it. Nehemiah kept building the wall while voices called him to come down and meet about it. He answered from the wall. You may answer from the wall too. There will also be a voice, and this one comes from within, that tells you that you are overthinking all of this. It will say you are being dramatic, too cautious, too sensitive. Mark that voice well, because it only ever speaks when you are close to a change that matters. It never bothers a person drifting toward harm. It saves its breath for those walking out. When you hear it, let it confirm your direction rather than question it. And I will be honest with you about people. Some who are close to you will not understand what you are becoming. Your new boundaries will inconvenience those who benefited from your lack of them. Your honesty will unsettle those who preferred your silence. Your rest will look like laziness to those who valued you mainly for your labor. Let them wonder. You are not being shaped for their approval. A lamp is not required to apologize to the darkness for shining. Do not harden your heart against them, though. Some are not opposing you. They are simply startled because you are moving, and they had learned to lean on your standing still. Give them time. Some will adjust, and a few will even follow, because courage is quietly contagious. The ones who cannot accept any version of you that is well, those you may love from a healthier distance. Love does not require you to remain within reach of what wounds you. Through all of this, trust the inner knowing I have placed in you. It has grown stronger through every minute of this message. It is that settled sense that recognizes truth when truth walks in. The quiet no that rises before you can explain it. The quiet yes that outlasts your doubts. My sheep know my voice. You have known it longer than you realize. Every time you almost did something and could not go through with it, and later saw why, that was knowing. Honor it now on purpose instead of by accident. Your body will help you in this if you let it. It has learned today's lessons alongside your spirit. When something is wrong, you may feel it before you can name it. A tightening, an unease, a heaviness that enters the room with certain matters. When something is right, a steadiness comes, quiet as morning light. These signals are not superstition. They are part of the design I built into you, the same design I have been asking you to stop ignoring. Spirit and body agreeing together make a witness that is hard to deceive. Let me tell you what standing firm will look like, so you can recognize yourself doing it. It will look small. It will be a sentence spoken calmly where you once would have stayed quiet. An evening kept for rest against a tide of demands. A second look at an offer everyone else has already praised. A walk taken to loosen your body while the work shouts that it cannot spare you. No trumpet will sound over these moments, but in them, the entire direction of your life will be turning. And when you stumble, and somewhere you will because every walker stumbles, remember what I told you about returning. The test is not passed by perfection. It is passed by refusing to stay down. Peter failed on the worst possible night, 3 denials before the rooster cried, and that failure did not end his story. I met him on a shore afterward and gave him work to do. Failure that returns to me becomes training. Only failure that hides becomes ruin. So walk into the coming days without dread. You are not waiting to see whether the test will find you strong enough. You are deciding here and now how you will answer it, and a decision made in peace is stronger than one made under fire. Set it in your heart tonight. When the familiar invitation comes, I will pause. When the pressure comes, I will breathe and step back. When the doubting voice comes, I will remember whose I am. Settle these answers now, and the test will find them already in place. Now hear the part of this message that I have been saving. The way a father saves the best word for last. Everything I have shown you today, the warnings, the releases, the preparations, all of it has been clearing ground. And ground is only cleared for one reason. Something is meant to be built on it. I have not been steering you away from harm so you could stand in an empty field. I have been steering you toward something, and it is time you heard what. There is a place ahead of you where your strength is not spent before noon, where your sleep restores you and your mornings do not begin with bracing, where the decisions that once circled your mind for weeks resolve in days, because you and I are deciding them together, where the people around you are the ones who add to you and the work of your hands finally lands on good soil. This is not a dream I am describing, it is a direction. Every instruction I gave you today is a step on the road that leads there. Do not measure that road by how you feel tonight. Feelings are weather, and I am speaking about climate. There will still be gray days on the way. What changes is what the days add up to. A person walking with me can lose an afternoon and still gain the year. So judge this season by its harvest, not by its single storms. And remember that the one who plows in hope owns a future the anxious cannot imagine. And I have not forgotten the ones you love. I heard every name your heart lifted while you listened, including the ones you did not speak. I am able to reach them in places you cannot go and at hours you will never see. Your task is not to be their rescuer. That position is filled. Your task is to become living evidence of what I can do with a person who listens, so that when they wonder whether change is possible, they can look at you and stop wondering. Here is what I ask of you when these words end, and I ask it plainly because plain things get done. Tonight, rest without guilt. Tomorrow, take the smallest obedience within reach. Drink what your body needs. Speak one honest sentence you have been withholding. Set down one weight that was never yours. The day after, do it again. I am not asking for a heroic week. I am asking for a faithful one. Heroics impress people. Faithfulness moves me. Keep the pause I taught you. Before the familiar invitation, pause. Before the pressured decision, pause. Before the harsh word to yourself, pause. In every pause, you will find me already there, because I do not meet you only in temples and storms. I meet you in the half-second between impulse and action. That is the narrow gate where most of your future will be decided, and I will stand in it with you every time. Watch over your peace as a guard watches over a city. When it leaves a conversation, notice. When it settles on a path, notice. I gave you that signal so you would never have to navigate by other people's noise. The world will always be loud, and it will always be certain, and it will very often be wrong. Peace is quieter than the world, which is why so few follow it. Follow it anyway. It has never once led you toward the harm I warned about. It never will. And concerning what you placed in my hands in trust, hold no anxiety over it. Seed in the ground looks like loss to anyone who has never seen a harvest. The farmer knows better, and now so do you. What you released is not gone. It is ahead of you, working in soil you cannot see, and you will meet it again in a form larger than the one it left in. I keep accounts more carefully than any steward on earth, and no one has ever outgiven me. Do not tell yourself that this hour was ordinary. You will be tempted to once daily life closes back over you like water. But something happened here that does not happen every day. You stopped. You listened all the way to the end. You let truth name things in your life that flattery had been protecting. Most people never sit still long enough to be found like this. You did. And what has been spoken into you today will keep working long after the sound of it fades, the way seed keeps working under quiet ground. If the day comes when you feel far from me again, and such days come to everyone. Do not rebuild the distance with shame. Just speak. One word is enough. I have never once been the one who moved away, and I will not begin with you. My eye does not wander from my own. Even when your faith thins to a thread is enough for me to hold. I have anchored whole lives on less. So now, stand up on the inside. Let your shoulders come down from your ears. Unclench what you have been clenching. The tragedy that was forming has met its interruption, because you heard, and hearing became turning, and turning is the one thing harm cannot survive. Walk out of this hour lighter than you entered it. Care for the vessel I made. Choose with open eyes. Release quickly, rest deeply. Return always. Remember too who you are as you go. Not a person barely escaping trouble, but an heir walking a prepared road. I do not merely tolerate you, I chose you. Long before this message reached your ears, I had already decided you were worth warning, worth guarding, worth building. Let that settle any question of your value that today's words stirred up. The Maker of all things bent low to speak with you at length. That is not what abandonment looks like. That is what belonging looks like. I am with you tonight as you close your eyes, and I will be there before your eyes open, already at work on the day waiting for you. I will go before you to make the crooked places straight. I will stand behind you as a rear guard and beside you as a companion on the road. No word I have spoken to you today will return to me empty. It will accomplish what I sent it to do in you, and you will live to see it and know it was me. My child, the path is open. The season has turned. What remains is your yes. Declare your amen now and walk with me into the days I have prepared for you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, hear me now, because I will not soften what must be said. Something is coming tonight, and it will shake a part of your life you thought was settled. This is not a passing word. This is urgent, and it is meant for you alone. I have called to you again and again. You felt it in the quiet moments that pull inside your chest, and you pushed it away. You told yourself it was nothing. You filled the silence with noise so you would not have to answer me. But I do not stop speaking simply because you stopped listening. Understand why my voice carries this weight tonight. It is not anger. I am not speaking against you. I am speaking for you. Time is tightening around a matter in your life, and I refuse to let you walk into it blind. What unfolds in the coming hours will either become a blessing or a burden, and the difference lies in how you receive what I am telling you now. You have felt a strange heaviness lately. You could not name it, but it followed you through your days and pressed on you at night. Hear me. That heaviness is not fear. It is awareness. It is my hand preparing your heart for what you could not yet see. I see what forms behind the walls of your life, and I am calling you before it arrives. There are movements around you that you have not noticed, decisions being made where you cannot hear them, intentions taking shape in hearts you cannot fully see into. I know every one of them. Nothing that happens tonight will happen outside my sight, and nothing will catch me by surprise, even if it catches you. So slow down. Set aside what occupied you and listen with your whole heart. This is not a small warning tucked into an ordinary hour. What is coming carries weight, and it will bring hidden things into the light. Some of what is revealed will bring you relief. Some of it will sit uncomfortably in your spirit. All of it is necessary. I am not trying to frighten you. I am trying to wake you. There is a difference between fear and awakening, and you must learn it tonight. Fear scatters you. Awakening gathers you. Fear makes you run from the truth. Awakening lets you stand inside it without breaking. You have been asking for change. Perhaps you never said it aloud, but I heard it all the same. It lived in the way you sighed when no one was near. It lived in the restlessness you could not explain, the sense that your life had drifted from its course. You wanted something to move. You wanted something to finally break open in your favor. Tonight is connected to that desire, but it will not arrive the way you imagined. You pictured change coming gently, like a door swinging open. Sometimes it comes like a stone dropped into still water. Sometimes the path to your breakthrough begins with something that shakes your comfort and forces your eyes open. Do not despise the shaking. It is the beginning of the answer. I have watched you carry burdens in silence. You smiled where it was expected. You said you were fine when you were not. You held yourself together in front of others and came apart quietly when the day was done. I saw all of it. Not one hidden hour escaped me. I know the thoughts that circle you late at night, the questions about direction, the wondering whether your effort matters, the fatigue that sits deeper than sleep can reach. I am not distant from any of this. I have been closer to you in those hours than you dared to believe. That is why I am speaking with such force now. I refuse to let you meet what is coming without understanding what it means. A shepherd does not whisper when the flock drifts toward a cliff in the dark. He raises his voice. My voice is raised tonight because you are precious to me, not because you have failed me. There is a situation near you that has not been fully revealed. It may involve a person. It may involve a decision. It may involve a truth that has been kept from you, deliberately or not. Tonight, something about it comes into the light, and once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it. You may feel surprised. You may feel shocked. Let the feeling pass through you without ruling you. Remember what I am telling you in this hour. Nothing revealed tonight is outside my knowledge. I permitted it to surface now, because now is when you are strong enough to face it. Do not react out of fear when things begin to unfold. Stay calm. Stay rooted. Fear will urge you to act quickly, to speak sharply, to decide in haste. Wisdom will tell you to be still and let the truth finish arriving. Choose stillness. I am with you in it. What feels shocking is not sent to harm you. It is sent to redirect you. It is a turning of the road, not a collapse of the road. If this truth had stayed buried longer, it would have cost you far more than the discomfort of seeing it now. I am sparing you a deeper wound by allowing a smaller one. You have ignored your inner knowing before. You felt the quiet resistance in your spirit and talked yourself out of it. You let others explain away what you sensed. That is why I speak louder now. Tonight, when that knowing rises in you, trust it. I placed it in you for this very hour. Hold this close as the evening deepens. There is a blessing folded inside this moment, even if it does not look like one at first. What shocks you can also free you. What disrupts you can open a door you could never have found on your own. You are being positioned, not punished. Declare your amen out loud if you believe my word is reaching you tonight. Now let me tell you how it will begin. The first sign will seem small, almost easy to miss if you are not paying attention. A conversation that feels slightly off, a word that arrives unexpectedly, a feeling that rises stronger than it should. These are not accidents. They are signals, and I am guiding your attention toward them. Pay attention tonight. Not with anxious watching, but with a settled alertness. Notice what is said around you. Notice what is not said. Notice your own reactions, because even they will teach you something. Everything that happens in these hours carries meaning, and each piece is pointing you toward a new direction. There is someone connected to your life whose intentions have not been clear. You may have trusted them fully, or you may have felt a quiet unease and chosen to set it aside because looking closer felt too costly. Tonight, something about that connection comes into focus, and when it does, you will see them as they are, not as you hoped they were. Do not be afraid of this. Clarity about a person is not cruelty, it is protection. I am not showing you this to break your heart. I am showing you so that your trust can finally rest where it is deserved and be withdrawn from where it is not. I know that part of you resists this. You have grown comfortable with certain people and certain arrangements, even the ones that quietly drained you. Comfort can be a kind master and a worse jailer. It keeps you in rooms you were meant to leave. What feels shocking tonight is the sound of a lock opening, not a door slamming. I am removing what does not belong in your future. Hear that plainly. Not everything near you is meant to travel with you. Some things were given for a season to teach you, to sharpen you, to reveal you to yourself. When their purpose is finished, I let them fall away. Do not stitch back together what I am unfastening. And there is something else stirring, not around you, but within you. You have held back your voice for a long time. You swallowed your truth to keep the peace. You made yourself smaller so others would stay comfortable. Tonight will stir the part of you that refuses to stay silent any longer. That inner shift matters as much as anything happening outside you. A hidden truth revealed in the world means little if the truth inside you stays buried. Both are rising tonight. Let them rise together. When things begin to unfold, expect your emotions to arrive all at once. Confusion and relief. Fear and a strange, unexplainable peace. This mixture is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is what truth feels like when it first lands. Truth shakes the ground before it steadies it. Do not run from these feelings. Do not pour them into distraction or bury them under busyness. Let them move through you like weather. They are guiding you toward a deeper understanding of your path, and they will settle sooner than you think. Remember this as the night continues. You are not being punished. You are not being abandoned. I know how quickly your mind reaches for those explanations when life shakes. Put them down. What is happening is a process, and the process is drawing you closer to where you are meant to stand. Even the parts that feel uncomfortable are working for your good. I do not waste discomfort. I do not spend your pain cheaply. If I allow a night like this, it is because what it produces in you outweighs what it costs you. There is a pattern in your life that breaks tonight. You have lived inside it so long that you stopped seeing it. It wears different faces, this pattern. Sometimes it looks like the same kind of person arriving with a different name. Sometimes it is the same disappointment wearing new clothes. The shape repeats, and each time it repeats, it holds you a little longer. Tonight you will see the pattern clearly for the first time. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That is how change truly begins. Not with effort first, but with sight. A man cannot leave a maze he does not know he is standing in. You have asked me for answers in your lost moments. You wondered why certain doors kept closing no matter how hard you pushed. Why certain feelings would not leave no matter how you reasoned with them. Why the same ending kept finding you. Tonight is connected to those questions. What is revealed will begin to answer them. The understanding will not come all at once. I rarely hand you the whole answer in a single hour, because you were not built to carry it that way. It will form gradually, the way light fills a room at dawn. But it will form. and you will know it is from me. I am asking you to trust me through the parts that do not yet make sense. Trust is not the same as having answers. Trust is believing that I see what you cannot, and that I love you enough to act on what I see. Hold that trust tonight, and you will find steadiness in hours that would once have undone you. There is also an opportunity hidden inside this moment. It will not look obvious at first, but whenever something false is removed, space opens for something true to enter. Whenever a hidden thing is revealed, ground is cleared for building. The new thing meant for you is already moving toward you. The old had to be cleared first. You have been stronger than you realize. You have faced things that could have broken you, and here you stand, still listening for my voice. That same strength will carry you through whatever unfolds tonight. You will not fall apart. I will not allow it. As the hours pass, guard your thoughts. Fear will try to distort what you see, stretching shadows into monsters. Refuse it. Stand on what is real. I am with you. I am ahead of you, and nothing tonight escapes my hand. If this word is reaching your spirit, say, I believe, and let heaven hear it. Something else is happening beneath the surface of this night. A release has begun in your life. Something you have gripped for too long is losing its hold on you. It may be a thought you kept rehearsing, a belief about yourself that was never true, a connection that stopped feeding you long ago. Tonight, that release becomes visible. Do not resist what needs to leave, even when it feels familiar. Familiarity is not the same as belonging. Your hands were made to hold what I am giving, not to clutch what I am taking. When you release what is no longer meant for you, you make room for what is. Empty hands are not a loss. They are readiness. There is a truth about your own life that you have sensed but never fully accepted. You have circled it for months, maybe years, glancing at it and looking away. Tonight brings it close enough that looking away stops working. This is not to overwhelm you. It is to end the exhaustion of pretending. Once you accept what is real, a clarity you have been missing will settle over you like morning air. You are also approaching a moment of choice. It will not look dramatic when it arrives. It may come dressed as a small decision, a single word spoken or withheld, a step taken or refused. But it carries weight far beyond its size. Your response in that moment will shape what follows for a long time. Choose from calm, not from fear. Let your inner knowing lead because I am in it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. Abraham climbed a mountain with everything he loved and came down with more than he carried up. The widow of Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a hungry prophet, and her jar did not run dry through the whole famine. This is how my kingdom has always worked. The open hand is filled. The clenched fist stays empty, holding only what it already had. You have been conditioned to doubt yourself, especially when the ground feels uncertain. Voices from your past taught you to hesitate, to ask permission, to wait for someone wiser to confirm what you already knew. Tonight, I'm calling you past that doubt. The clarity you need will not come from outside voices. It rises from the place in you where my guidance lives, quietly waiting for you to listen. There may come an hour tonight when you feel tested. Everything in you will want to fall back into the old way, the old reaction, the old silence. That hour matters more than you know. It is not there to defeat you. It is there to show you how much you have changed. When you choose differently, even once, a cycle that has followed you for years loses its grip. I saw the effort it took to hold yourself together in seasons no one else understood. I saw the battles you fought without witnesses, the mornings you rose when rising felt impossible. None of that was invisible to me, and none of it was wasted. It built something in you plank by plank that tonight will begin to prove. Your perspective is already shifting. Can you feel it? Things that confused you are starting to arrange themselves into sense. This is not because the facts changed. It is because you are seeing from higher ground now. From the valley, a road looks like chaos. From the hilltop, you can see where every bend was leading. There is a renewal forming around you even while something else is ending. This is my way. I do not tear down without building. The same night that closes one door is already laying the threshold of another. Endings and beginnings are not enemies. They are two hands doing one work. You are not meant to stay where you have been. I say it again so it settles into your bones. You are not meant to stay there. There is more ahead, more growth, more peace, more purpose than the narrow room you have been living in. Tonight is a step toward it, even if the step feels unsteady. Stay inside the present moment as things unfold. Do not sprint ahead into imagined tomorrows, and do not circle back into old regrets. What is in front of you is enough. Respond to it with awareness, one thing at a time, and you will stay aligned with the path I am walking you down. And remember this above everything else that happens tonight. You are not alone. Not in the revelation, not in the choice, not in the release. I am with you in every moment of it, nearer than your own breathing. My presence does not flicker when circumstances shake. Tonight is not something to fear. It is something to understand. What feels shocking is only a hidden thing stepping into the light, and hidden things lose their power the moment light touches them. They can no longer confuse you, steer you, or quietly rule you. That is what clarity does. It does not just inform you, it frees you. You are being prepared for something larger than this night. Every experience you have walked through is part of that preparation, including the ones that made no sense at the time. Tonight belongs to that work. It is bringing you closer to the place I have been leading you toward all along, one revelation at a time. Let me speak now about what is rising in you, because the night's work is not only about what falls away. There is a strength in you that has been waiting below the surface, quiet and patient, like a root under winter ground. You did not notice it because your eyes were fixed on your struggles, but the struggles themselves were feeding it. Tonight, it breaks the surface. You will feel it first in how you respond. Something that would once have flattened you will land differently. You will hear hard words without crumbling. You will meet uncertainty without unraveling. Do not rush past this. Stop and recognize it, because it is evidence. You are not who you were. Your emotions will surface tonight as well, and I want you ready for them. Feelings you pressed down for months are coming up for air. Grief you never gave room to. Anger you judged yourself for carrying. Longing you were ashamed to admit. They rise not to drown you, but to leave you. What is felt fully can finally be released. You believed you had to carry everything alone. You wore that belief like a coat you never took off. Someone taught it to you long ago, that asking for help was weakness, that your weight was yours only. It was never true. I have been beside you under every load, waiting for you to hand me my share. Tonight, hand it over, not with a grand gesture, just a quiet inward letting go. the kind no one else sees. Say within yourself, "This is too heavy, and it was never mine to carry alone." That small surrender will do more for you than a year of striving. There is also a matter of your worth that must be settled tonight. You have priced yourself too low for too long. You accepted treatment you should have refused. You gave your best to people who offered their least. You called it patience, or loyalty, or love. Some of it was, but some of it was simply forgetting whose child you are. I formed you with intention. I do not make filler. I do not create placeholders. When you shrink yourself to fit spaces that were always too small, you are not being humble. You are contradicting your maker. Tonight, that contradiction ends. Watch how this settles into your voice. You will notice yourself speaking with fewer apologies wrapped around your words. Saying what is true without dressing it in softness, it does not need. This is not harshness. It is honesty finally standing upright. The people who love the smaller version of you may flinch. The ones who love you truly will rejoice. Fear deserves a word of its own tonight, because fear has governed more of your life than you like to admit. It sat in the council of your decisions. It edited your words before you spoke them. It talked you out of doors I had opened and talked you into staying in rooms I had finished with. Fear has been a false shepherd, and you followed its voice because it sounded like wisdom. Hear the difference now. My wisdom says wait, but it never says hide. My wisdom says be careful, but it never says be small. When a voice tells you that safety lies in shrinking, in silence, in staying where you are, slowly fading, that voice is not mine. Test every voice against this, and fear will lose its disguise. Tonight, fear loses more than its disguise. It loses its throne, not because it will stop speaking. It may whisper for years yet, but because you will stop obeying. There is a difference between hearing fear and following it. From this night, you hear it the way you hear rain on a roof, present, but not in charge. Uncertainty may still visit you in the hours ahead. That is natural. You are entering ground you have not walked before, and new ground always feels unsteady at first. But uncertainty does not mean you are lost. A sailor in open water is not lost simply because he cannot see the shore. He has his star. You have me. I want you to notice, too, what happens in your body as this night does its work. The tightness you have carried in your chest, the bracing you did without realizing, the way you slept with your fists closed. Some of that begins to loosen tonight. Peace is not only an idea, it settles into muscle and bone. Let it. There is a peace coming that will puzzle you, because it will arrive in the middle of everything rather than after it. You expected peace to come when problems ended. Instead, it will come while they still stand, quiet and unreasonable and real. That is how you will know it is from me. The world's peace waits for calm weather. Mine walks on the water. You have been asking for clarity without using the word. Every time you said, "I just need to know." Every time you turned a question over at midnight, you were asking. Tonight is my answer beginning. Not the whole answer. The first light of it. Receive it without demanding the rest at once. And there is something in you that is ready to move, even while another part of you reaches for the brakes. Learn to tell those two voices apart. The readiness is your strength speaking, the deep knowing I planted in you. The hesitation is old habit. When you feel that forward pull tonight, do not argue with it. It is not recklessness. It is the door standing open. You were not built for the shore you have been clinging to. There is deeper water with your name on it. More growth than you have yet touched. More peace than you have yet tasted. More purpose than you have dared to want out loud. Every realization this night gives you is a plank in the bridge toward it. So stay present. Do not manage what I am doing. Do not grip the outcome. Let each hour reveal what it carries, and answer only what is actually in front of you. That is how you walk with me through a night like this, one honest step at a time. Now I want to speak with you about time, because your quarrel with me has mostly been a quarrel about timing. You believed in my power. What you doubted was my calendar. You watched others receive what you had prayed longer for, and you wondered if your requests had been set aside in some forgotten corner of heaven. Nothing of yours was set aside. Hear this clearly. But my timing does not answer to your urgency, and there is mercy in that, though it has not felt like mercy. Fruit forced ripe is bitter. Bread pulled early from the fire is raw at the center. Some of what you asked for, had it come when you demanded it, would have arrived before you could hold it without being harmed by it. Consider the field a farmer lets lie fallow. To an impatient eye it looks abandoned, a waste of good ground. But beneath the surface the soil is mending, gathering back what years of harvest drew out of it. Your quiet seasons were not abandonment. The ground of your life was being made able to sustain what is coming, so that the next harvest does not exhaust you. Consider the river. It does not travel in straight lines, and from the bank its bends look like wandering. But the river is not lost. It is finding the one course the land will allow, moving around stone it cannot break, cutting slowly through what it can. Your path has bent the same way. What you call detours were the water finding its course. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Between the dream and the throne stretched years that looked like a mistake. Yet the road that seemed to lead away from the promise was the only road that led into it. Pharaoh's palace could not be reached from his father's favorite sun tent. It could only be reached through Egypt. You have had your Egypt. It was a road, not a verdict. So when tonight's shaking tempts you to say, "I am too late," remember Lazarus. His sisters kept the count of days, and by their count, hope had expired. I stood at that tomb on the fourth day, not the first, because I wanted them to know there's no such thing as too late where I am standing. The stone rolls away when I say it rolls away. What men call finished, I call waiting. What they seal and walk away from, I visit at the appointed hour. Keep that close whenever your circumstances try to hand you a verdict I never signed. Trust the process even where you cannot trace it. A weaver's work seen from underneath looks like knots and crossed threads without reason. The pattern only shows from above. You have been looking at your life from underneath. I see it from above. And I tell you, the threads are not tangled. They are placed. In the days after tonight, you will begin to notice small openings, an unexpected kindness, a door left ajar that was always locked before, a thought that arrives with unusual weight and will not leave. Do not dismiss these as coincidence. They are stepping stones, set down one at a time, and each one bears your next portion of the path. Step on them as they come. Do not stand still demanding to see the whole crossing before you lift your foot. I light the step you are on and the one after it. That has always been my way. Enough light for obedience. Not so much that you no longer need me. You will also find that waiting itself changes for you now. There is a kind of waiting that gnaws, and a kind that rests. The first watches the road with clenched teeth. The second sets the table because it knows the guest is coming. From tonight, I am moving you from the first kind into the second. Same road, different heart. Others may not understand your calm. They will look at your circumstances, then at your face, and find the two do not match. Let them wonder. You are not required to explain a piece you did not manufacture. Some things are understood only by those who have stood in their own long night and heard my voice inside it. And do not envy another person's season. The tree that blossoms first is not the greatest tree in the orchard. Each one answers to its own appointed month. When you measure your progress against someone else's spring, you slander your own winter, and your winter has been doing faithful work. There is a harvest ahead of you, and I want you to be ready for how it arrives. Harvests rarely announce themselves. They begin with one ripe thing where yesterday there was none, then another. Then suddenly the field is heavy, and the question is no longer whether there is fruit, but whether your arms can carry it. Prepare your arms. Stretch your expectation wider than your circumstances. But understand what readiness means. It does not mean perfection. It means position. Be found where I told you to stand, doing what I gave you to do, with your heart soft toward me. The rain falls on the positioned field. It cannot fill barns that were built in some other country of wishing. Tonight is part of the positioning. That is why the shaking was allowed. Some things had to fall from your hands so they would be empty at the right moment. Some sight had to be restored so you would recognize the opening when it appeared. Everything converges. Nothing about this night stands apart from the whole. So keep walking, even in the dark stretch. The dark stretch is still road. It does not stop being road because you cannot see its edges. Feel for my hand and take the next step, and let the step after that wait its turn. This is how deserts are crossed. Not in one heroic day, but step upon step, with manna enough for each morning. State, I trust out loud if you believe my timing over your own. Now let me show you who you are becoming, because tonight is not only an ending, it is an unveiling. The person who wakes tomorrow will carry the same name and the same face, but something in the foundation will have shifted. You are crossing from one way of being into another, and I want you to recognize the crossing while it happens. The first mark of this new season is a quiet confidence. Not the loud kind that performs for a room, the kind that sits still in you like ballast in a ship, unseen but steadying everything. It will not need applause to survive. It will not collapse when someone doubts you. It is rooted in what you know, not in what others confirm. You will notice it in small ways at first. You will make a decision without polling 5 people for permission. You will let a criticism pass through you without building a house for it. You will hear no and remain whole. These small moments are not small. They are the new foundation bearing weight. Your priorities are already rearranging themselves. Things that once consumed your attention are quietly losing their flavor. Conversations you used to chase now feel like eating air. Places that once drew you now leave you restless to go home. Do not mourn this. Nothing is wrong with you. The appetite changes when the person changes. What is fading makes room for what is arriving. You will find yourself hungry for depth where you once settled for noise. Hungry for what is real where you once accepted what was convenient. Hungry for my presence in ways that surprise you. Feed that hunger. It is the truest compass you own. There is a purpose taking shape in you, and I want to speak carefully about it. You have asked what you are here for, sometimes with words, sometimes with a long stare at the ceiling. The answer has been forming in you all along, built from everything you have lived. Nothing you endured stands outside of it. The compassion in you was carved by the hours no one comforted you. You know how to sit with the brokenhearted, because you know which words help and which words wound. That knowledge was purchased at a price, and it was not purchased for nothing. There are people ahead of you whom only your particular scars can reach. Do not ask me for the whole blueprint tonight. Purpose is not handed over like a map unrolled all at once. It is revealed the way a road reveals itself to the one walking it. What I will give you is the next assignment, the next person, the next act of obedience. Walk in what you have, and more will meet you on the way. You will also stand differently among people now. Some will sense the change before you name it. A steadiness in your presence, a refusal to be rushed, an absence of the old anxious edge. They may not have language for it, but they will feel it, because alignment carries its own quiet authority. Not everyone will celebrate this. Understand that now, so it does not wound you later. Some people had arranged their comfort around your smallness. Your silence made room for their voice. Your bending made their rigidity workable. When you stand upright, arrangements like that come under strain. Let them. You are not responsible for the comfort others built on your compromise. But watch, too, for the ones who draw nearer. There are people appointed to this next season of your life. Some you have already met, and some still on their way. They will recognize what you carry, and you will recognize them by a certain rest you feel in their company. Iron meeting iron, without injury. Give those connections your best attention. You are also done from tonight with begging for reassurance. That constant checking, that need to be told again and again that you are enough, that it will be all right, that you have not been forgotten. It came from an old wound, and the wound is closing. In its place grows a settled knowing that does not need hourly confirmation. This does not mean you will never wobble. It means the wobble will no longer become a collapse. You will feel doubt brush past you and remain standing. That is not pride. That is what a healed thing feels like. Healed bones do not need the crutch, though the memory of limping lingers a while. Acceptance is doing its quiet work in you as well. You are making peace with what was, not because it was good, but because arguing with the past was costing you the present. Some questions from your history will never receive their answers on this side of eternity. You are learning to leave them at my feet and live anyway. That is not defeat. That is wisdom with the dust of the road on its shoes. And closure is coming to things that hung unfinished. Some of it arrives tonight in what is revealed. Some of it arrives simply because you stop reopening what I have sealed. Not every ending needs a ceremony. Some doors close without a sound, and the proof they are closed is the peace you feel walking away from them. Guard this new self in the days ahead, because old patterns will send for you. The old cravings for approval, the old reflex to shrink, the old habit of carrying what was never yours. They will knock, wearing familiar faces. You are not obligated to answer. Recognition is your defense. You cannot be quietly pulled into what you clearly see. I am telling you all of this before it fully unfolds, so that when it comes, you will know it was not chance. You will remember that I named it in advance, on this night, in this word spoken over you. And that memory will anchor you when the changes stretch you. Let it be a stone of remembrance set up on the night everything turned. Now hear my final word for this night, because morning is coming, and I want you ready for it. What happens tonight is not meant to live as a memory you revisit. It is meant to live as ground you build on. Many receive a word and are moved for an evening. Few let the word move them for a lifetime. Be among the few. When the sun rises, the world will look ordinary again. The same rooms, the same obligations, the same faces at the same tables. Do not be deceived by the sameness. You are not returning to your old life. You're walking through your old surroundings as a new person, and that changes everything the surroundings can do to you. There will be a temptation in a day or a week to explain this night away, to call it a mood, a strange evening, a wave of feeling that passed. That temptation is the thief coming for the seed. Guard what was planted in you. Speak of it to yourself when doubt argues. Write nothing off that I have written in. Remember what was revealed and hold it without bitterness. If a person was shown to you as they truly are, thank me for the sight, and do not spend your strength hating them. Bitterness would chain you to the very thing I separated you from. Release them into my hands. My justice needs no help from your resentment, and your future has no room for its weight. Remember also what rose in you, the voice that stood up, the strength that surfaced, the peace that arrived without permission from your circumstances. These are not visitors, they are residents now. When old situations try to summon the old you, let the new residents answer the door. Walk slowly through the coming days, not hesitantly, slowly. There is a difference. Hesitation is fear wearing the mask of caution. Slowness is wisdom refusing to be rushed. Decisions will present themselves, some quickly. Take them to me first. A moment of asking spares a season of untangling, and keep watch over your mouth in this next stretch. What I have shown you tonight is not for every ear. Some revelations are bread for your own table, not seed for every field. Joseph told his dream too widely and gained years of trouble for it. Let your changed life speak first. Words can follow later when the fruit is visible and no argument is needed. You will stumble somewhere ahead. I tell you this not to discourage you, but to disarm the shame before it arrives. A stumble on the new road is not a return to the old one. When it happens, do not lie in the dust, composing speeches about your failure. Take my hand, stand, and continue. My mercies are not annual or monthly. They are new every morning, and they will be new on that morning too. Care for the ones I have placed around you, the ones you love, and the ones you carry in prayer. Some of them are watching your life more closely than you know, reading it like a letter. The steadiness you walk in after this night will preach to them without a single sermon. Your peace will make them thirsty. Your light will make them curious about the flame. But do not appoint yourself the manager of anyone else's awakening. You cannot shake anyone awake. You can only live awake in front of them. Pray for them. Be patient the way I have been patient with you. Remember how many quiet years I called before you turned. Give others the same room, and trust me to work in the hours you cannot see. There is provision arranged for the road ahead of you. I do not send anyone into an assignment without supplies. Manna did not begin until the wilderness required it, and yours will meet you the same way, exactly when the need becomes real, and not an hour before. Do not measure tomorrow's road against today's supplies. That arithmetic has frightened you long enough. The provider walks with you, and the storehouse travels with the owner. And know this about the ones who wronged you, the ones whose faces still visit your thoughts. I saw everything. Nothing that was done to you in secret is hidden from me. You do not need to carry the ledger any longer. Hand me the accounts. Some debts I will settle in ways you will witness, and some in ways you never will. But not one line has escaped my reading. You are free to live unburdened by the arithmetic of old wounds. What I want most for you in this next season is nearness. Not more religion, not busier service. Nearness. Speak with me in the plain words of your ordinary day. Bring me your questions before they become worries, and your worries before they become storms. The door between us has no lock on my side. It never did. I am with you when the road is obvious and when it is hidden. I am with you in the rooms where you are celebrated and the rooms where you are misunderstood. I am with you in the strength of your morning and the honesty of your midnight. There is no hour you can enter where I have not already arrived. So step into what comes next without dread. The night that frightened you was carrying gifts. The shaking you braced against was setting things in order. You will look back on this evening further down the road and recognize it as a hinge on which your whole direction turned. And you will be glad you did not turn away from my voice when it called. My child, we have walked a long road together to reach this night, and the road ahead is brighter than any stretch behind you. Lift your head, loosen your grip on what is finished, open your hands to what is beginning. The old has served its purpose, and the new is already at the door. Go now toward your rest, and let sleep come without guarding against the dark. Nothing prowls this night that has authority over you. My watch does not end when your eyes close. I will be awake over you until morning, and in the morning I will still be speaking. Listen for me in the light, the way you listened in the dark. Receive my peace now, not as an idea, but as a covering. Let it settle over your mind, your body, your home, and everyone under your roof. What was spoken over you tonight is sealed, and no hand can unseal what I have closed. You are known. You are kept. You are mine. If you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready," and let that be your first step.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.